My husband told me we had to leave my best friend's baby shower urgently. When he revealed the reason, I panicked. I should have noticed something was off. I've gone over that day in my head so many times trying to pinpoint the exact moment everything shifted. But the truth is, it didn't feel like the beginning of anything. It felt beautiful. It was a warm Saturday afternoon. I was 32 weeks pregnant. Just big enough to feel like a house, but not so big that I needed help rolling out of chairs. The kind of day where you're glowing in every photo, even if your feet are swollen. My best friend had planned the whole thing, her baby shower. But since we were due only weeks apart, she'd insisted it would be a celebration for both of us. 2 bellies, 1 party, she said in the invite. I laughed when I read it. We hadn't seen each other in a few weeks, which was rare. She said she'd been tired, then caught a cold, then had a scare at the clinic, but everything turned out fine. I didn't push her. I knew what pregnancy could do to your schedule, your mood, your body. I figured we'd catch up at the party. She'd give me one of her famous long hugs, maybe cry a little. Then we'd sit down and compare swollen ankles like we always joked we would. The party was at her place, a modest 2-story house she'd bought a year before, decorated with pastels and paper lanterns and little white onesies strung on twine across the patio. It looked like something out of a magazine. She opened the door with a wide smile, arms outstretched. "There you are, you look amazing," she said, pulling me into a gentle hug. I hugged her back. Her belly touched mine, or at least I thought it did. We laughed at the awkwardness of it. She smelled like lavender and lemon cookies. "Where's he?" she asked, peering behind me. I turned. My husband was a few steps back, carrying a wrapped box and a reusable bag full of wipes and bottles. "There," I said. "My human stroller." She laughed again and waved him in. He offered a polite smile, not his usual one. He was a doctor, internal medicine, but he had a quiet intuition about people. He never said much unless something was wrong. I remember thinking he looked tired. Inside, the house was filled with soft music and a low hum of voices. Everything was color-coordinated, pinks and greens and soft golds. On the kitchen island, there were cucumber sandwiches, sliced fruit, cupcakes shaped like tiny bassinets. A white frosted cake read, "Almost there," in curly script. She had truly outdone herself. "Do you need to sit?" she asked, gesturing to a large armchair. "I'm fine," I said, but I sat anyway. She perched on a stool nearby, holding a mason jar of lemonade. People trickled in. Mutual friends, co-workers, a couple of her cousins. No one I didn't recognize. I smiled through small talk, answered all the usual questions about cravings and kicks, and what I thought labor would be like. I looked over at her often. She smiled when people asked her about her baby, patted her belly like clockwork, laughed at all the right times. But she didn't waddle. Not like I did. Her feet weren't swollen. Her fingers looked normal. Her breathing wasn't shallow. I brushed it off. It wasn't until she stood to greet someone new that my husband leaned over and whispered, "We need to go soon." I blinked. "Why?" "I'll explain later." That's how he always spoke when something serious was happening. Calm, deliberate, short. But I waved it off. "Can we just stay until after she cuts the cake?" His jaw tightened. 15 minutes. Then we leave. I looked at him, searching his face. He didn't look angry. He looked alert. I excused myself to go to the bathroom and tried to shake the tension from my shoulders. Maybe he was tired. Maybe something at work had followed him home. I splashed water on my face and returned just in time to see her refusing a hug from one of her aunts. "Careful," she said, laughing nervously. "I'm feeling super sensitive today." She stepped back when the aunt's hand reached for her belly. Not rudely, just enough. It registered, somewhere in the back of my mind, but I didn't question it. She always hated people touching her. The cake was cut, the gifts opened. She cried when she saw mine, a soft pink blanket I'd hand-knitted over the last 3 months. "I love it," she said, holding it to her chest. "She'll sleep in this every night, I swear." I smiled. She had tears in her eyes. Then, almost as if on cue, my husband stood. "We're going," he said, his voice low but firm. She looked up, surprised. "All ready?" "I have a patient follow-up," he lied. I knew it was a lie. He wasn't on call. I stood anyway. My legs felt unsteady, like I was suddenly made of paper. I hugged her goodbye. She squeezed me tightly, her voice soft in my ear. "I'm so glad you came. Let's do a movie night soon. Just us." I nodded, but something in my stomach twisted. As we walked to the car, I could feel it building. The cold, quiet fear that only comes when someone else knows something you don't. We got in. He turned the ignition. For a moment, the only sound was the soft click of the air conditioner starting up. Then he looked at me. "She's not pregnant," he said flatly. My heart stopped. "What?" "She's faking it." I stared at him. My pulse began to roar in my ears. "That's insane." "I'm telling you as a doctor," he said. "There's no pregnancy, no swelling, no shifting center of gravity, no gait change, no vascular changes in her face. Her breathing's not restricted, and she flinched when someone touched her belly." I swallowed hard. "That doesn't mean—" "I've seen this before." He pulled out of the driveway. "In residency," he continued, "there was a case. A woman came in unconscious, claimed she was 36 weeks. There was no baby. She'd worn a silicone belly. Turned out she'd lost a pregnancy 2 years earlier. Never told anyone. She started tracking someone else's pregnancy. Became convinced it was meant to be hers." The air felt thinner suddenly. My throat closed. "Are you saying—" "I'm saying," he cut in gently, "you need to be careful." I looked down at my belly. My daughter moved beneath my hand. Just once, like a twitch. Like she knew something I didn't. "You think she's watching me?" He didn't answer. He didn't need to. I stared out the passenger window in silence, watching the blur of trees and driveways as we passed. My husband kept his eyes on the road, both hands steady on the wheel, but I could feel the tension in him. Not anger, something quieter, focused. He was doing the math in his head, probably replaying every second of the last 2 hours. I swallowed hard. "You really think she's lying? That she's pretending to be pregnant?" "I think it's possible," he said. "More than possible." I didn't answer, because I didn't want to believe it. It felt too big, too messy. This was the girl who held my hair back while I threw up in the first trimester. The one who showed up at my door with mango slices and almond milk when I said I couldn't keep anything down. She cried when I told her I was having a girl. "She's my best friend," I whispered. He glanced at me briefly. "I know. That's what makes it so dangerous." I sat back in my seat and rested my hand on my stomach, needing the contact, needing the reminder of something real. My daughter moved again. Just a small flutter, but it grounded me. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe through the thoughts crowding in. "She said she had a scare a few weeks ago," I said after a while. "That's why she missed dinner." He nodded. "And did she say what kind of scare?" "Just spotting, I think." "Did she say what hospital?" "No." "Did you ever see any ultrasound pictures?" I frowned, trying to remember. I'd seen one. Once. She'd texted it to me early on, but it was blurry and generic. Could have been anyone's. At the time, I didn't question it. I was just excited we were going through this together. And now, I wasn't sure. "She always asked about my appointments," I said slowly. "Every time, like clockwork." He didn't respond. And when I'd tell her, she'd say things like, "I'm a week ahead of you," or "That's what happened to me too." I thought it was just shared experience. He exhaled, slow and quiet. People in her state of mind mimic what they see. They become experts in patterns. They follow the routines, the cravings, the due dates. They copy everything because they're not living it. They're studying it. I turned to look at him. "Are you saying she's obsessed with me?" "I'm saying she's emotionally unstable. That doesn't automatically make her dangerous. But she might be." "Yes." The word settled between us like smoke. I tried to picture her now, back at the house, still smiling, still floating through her perfect shower. She'd cried when she opened the pink blanket I'd made, held it to her chest like it meant something. Maybe it did. Maybe it meant more than I realized. "She always asks if I'm alone," I said suddenly. "What?" "When she texts, she says things like, 'Are you by yourself?' Or, 'Is he home?' I thought she was just being considerate." He gripped the wheel tighter. "And when I told her I was picking a birthing center instead of a hospital, she kept asking about protocols, about who'd be allowed in the room, about pain meds and how fast the staff responded." "That's not normal curiosity," he said. "That's someone planning." My breath caught. "She asked me for my birth plan," I whispered. Said she wanted to compare. I sent her mine. He didn't answer. Of course he didn't. I closed my eyes. It was like replaying a conversation from a dream and realizing it had been a nightmare all along. I thought back to one night in particular, weeks ago. She came over late, said she'd just gotten out of therapy and didn't want to go home yet. I let her in. She brought soup. I was too tired to eat, but she insisted. Stirred it for me. put a blanket over my legs while I sat on the couch. I fell asleep before I finished the bowl. When I woke up, she was gone. The bowl was rinsed. The lights were off. I remember thinking how kind that was. Now I wondered how long she stayed after I fell asleep. If she walked through the house. If she stood at the foot of my bed. I shook my head hard. She hasn't done anything to hurt me, I said out loud. Maybe to him, maybe to myself. Not yet. I flinched. But we don't wait for that part, he continued. We take distance. We stop giving her information. We lock down. Should we confront her? No, he said immediately. That could escalate it. Especially if she believes she's doing nothing wrong. I nodded slowly. She always told me she had a name picked out, I said. But she never told me what it was. Just said she didn't want to jinx it. That's what people say when they don't have one. I leaned my head against the window and watched the sky go dim as we turned onto our street. He was right. She knew everything about my baby. Her name, her due date, my fears, my routine, where we kept the spare key, what medications I was allowed to take, my allergies, my birth plan, everything. And I didn't know the first thing about hers. Because there was nothing to know. That realization didn't come like a thunderclap. It settled slowly, like fog seeping into a room I thought was sealed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I laid awake long after he'd drifted off, one hand resting on my stomach, the other clinging to my phone like it might provide some sort of answer, or proof, or clarity. I didn't find any of that. What I found was a digital scrapbook of patterns I hadn't noticed before. I started with her feed. She'd always had a clean aesthetic. Neutrals, soft pinks, candids that looked accidental but clearly weren't. I scrolled down, months back, to when she first announced her pregnancy. A mirror selfie. Just her, facing sideways, one hand cradling a modest bump. The caption was vague. Love grows here. There were no tags. No location, no doctor's name, no ultrasound. I hadn't questioned it then. She'd told me personally just a few days before posting it. I was already 10 weeks along, barely showing, when she called me sobbing and said she had news. I remember holding the phone in one hand and a saltine in the other, laughing and crying at the same time. We'll be pregnant together, she said. We'll raise them side by side. That call had felt like a gift. Now it felt like something else entirely. As I kept scrolling, I noticed something I hadn't registered at the time. Her posts were always about the pregnancy, but never about a pregnancy process. She posted bump updates, but never ultrasound photos. Talked about kicks, but never about appointments. She never mentioned a doctor's name, never mentioned cravings or insomnia or back pain. No baby shower planning until she brought it up weeks ago. And then I found it. The gap. There was a period about 5 months ago where she didn't post for weeks. Just stopped cold, no stories, no captions, nothing. Before that, there had been some excitement. A few maternity outfit posts. A shot of a prenatal yoga mat. Then, silence. I clicked through our texts from around that same time. There were none. I'd messaged her a few times, asking how she was. She replied late, saying she was tired, dealing with migraines, resting offline. I remembered worrying a little, but I was so nauseated at the time that I didn't push it. I barely had the energy to shower. Then, about 6 weeks later, she was back. But something had changed. The photos became different. Same style. Same filters. Same soft lighting. But now her body was never fully visible. Only partial angles. Always the same corner of her apartment. The same wrap dress. Always alone. One of the most recent posts had been just a flat lay. Baby clothes. Folded neatly on a white bedspread. No context. The caption read, "Almost ready." It looked like a catalog shot. I checked the tags. None. Checked the comments. Nothing odd. Then I opened the image again and zoomed in. The clothes still had tags. A few still had the clear packaging lines visible. They hadn't been washed. She hadn't posted anything about a hospital bag. No car seat. No prenatal vitamins. But she knew what brand I was taking. She was the one who recommended it. I felt my throat dry up. I tapped over to her stories. Recent ones were just reposts of baby quotes. Affirmations, things like, "Strong mamas birth strong babies," and "I can't wait to meet you, little one." Nothing personal. No videos. No belly movement. No voice. My husband stirred beside me. I whispered. She stopped posting right when she would have lost it. He sat up slowly, rubbing his face. "What?" I turned the phone toward him. "Here," I said. "These are her posts before the silence. She looks genuinely pregnant. These are from after. Same dress, same background, but always cropped. never touching her stomach, never showing skin. He squinted at the screen. It's the same picture over and over. She never told me she lost the baby, but I think she did. I think she lost it, and just pretended she didn't. He didn't answer right away. He didn't have to, because we both understood what that meant. This wasn't someone acting out of jealousy. This wasn't just about envy or grief. It was delusion. It was replication. I remembered now, 2 months ago, I was at her place for tea. We were sitting on the couch, and I asked her if she wanted to feel the baby kick. Mine had just started strong movements, and I was beaming with pride, eager to share it. She paused, looked down at her stomach, then smiled softly and said, "She's shy today." I hadn't thought twice. I just nodded. But now I saw it clearly. She didn't let me touch her. Not once. My husband leaned back against the headboard. If she lost the baby and never told anyone, she could have decided to just continue the story. With mine, I said quietly. He didn't speak, just watched me. She always said it was fate, that our girls would grow up together, that we'd be on maternity leave at the same time, that they'd have play dates before they could walk. And I'd believed her. Because when someone calls themselves your best friend, you don't look for lies. You don't expect betrayal dressed as love. But now I knew what she'd really meant. We weren't sharing the experience. She was borrowing mine. The more I let that idea take shape, the more it started filling in the blank spaces of the past 8 months, like pouring ink over invisible writing. It was all there, buried in plain sight. The calls, the mirrored symptoms, the odd deflections when I asked basic questions, the growing distance between her posts and reality. I wasn't just remembering now. I was investigating, and I couldn't stop. That morning, while my husband went to work, I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of lukewarm tea and my laptop open. I pulled up every digital trail I could think of. Text threads, email receipts, even our old pregnancy tracker app where we'd logged milestones together. She'd stopped updating hers months ago. No explanation. It was all too carefully curated, too symmetrical. She always said she was exactly 10 days ahead of me. Our due dates lined up with mathematical precision. When I mentioned my baby kicking, hers had just started too. When I said my feet were swelling, she said she'd gone up a shoe size. But now that I was looking at the details, none of it added up. And then I checked something I hadn't thought of before. Her old blog. It was a lifestyle blog she barely updated anymore, but years ago she'd used it like a digital diary. Most of the old posts were locked behind passwords. But one was still public. A short entry from just over a year ago. It was a grief piece. She didn't name the loss, but I recognized her tone. The words were sparse, stripped raw. When your body breaks the promise before you ever got to keep it, how do you tell anyone? How do you say goodbye to someone no one else ever met? I hadn't seen that post before. She never told me. The timestamp was from early spring, 3 months before I found out I was pregnant. My hands felt cold on the keyboard. I looked at the date again. If she'd had a miscarriage around then, and I told her about my pregnancy in late summer, that gave her time. Time to mourn quietly, then reconstruct a version of herself that never lost anything. Or rather, to reconstruct a version of me. I opened her social media page again and scrolled to that same time frame. Before the loss, photos with her partner at the lake, smiles, wine glasses, a caption that read, "Grateful for everything coming." Then nothing. For 5 weeks. After that, baby content. Almost immediately. But this time, her captions changed. They became more abstract. Growth. Quiet power. Miracles. And not a single one ever said the words, "I'm pregnant." Not once. The announcement I remembered had never really existed. I had projected it. I assumed because she'd told me over the phone, because she'd said it with conviction, because she shared symptoms and sent bump pictures. I assumed she'd made it public. She hadn't. The bump photos were staged. The captions vague. She was never lying to the world. She was only lying to me. I leaned back in my chair, pulse thudding in my ears. I felt stupid. But more than that, I felt invaded. I thought about the blanket I made her, the one she clutched at her shower, how her eyes welled up when she held it. She hadn't been moved because it was a gift from me. She was moved because she believed it was for her baby. My baby. I texted my husband, but he didn't respond right away. Probably in a patient consult. I sat still for a long time. Then, out of instinct, I opened her profile again and checked her story. There it was. A blurry image. No caption. Just a mobile of pink clouds hanging above a white crib. I recognized it. It was the exact model I had bookmarked on my registry. Not a common one. Handmade. Expensive. She hadn't liked it when I first showed her, I remembered. She said it was too whimsical. But now it was in her nursery. Unless… I pulled up the image again and zoomed. The walls behind the crib were familiar. I looked across the room at our guest bedroom. Same shade of soft cream, same narrow vertical windows. I stood slowly, every muscle in my body tensing as I walked down the hall. The room was empty, of course. The crib hadn't been delivered yet. But the walls? They matched. Exactly. I stared at the image again, and then I saw it. The edge of a mirror in the corner. The reflection of the window. The faint outline of a framed photo I knew sat on our bookshelf. She had taken a photo inside our house. Somehow. Somewhen. I stood there for what felt like forever. And then the doorbell rang. I froze. Not because it was her, I was sure it wasn't, but because in that moment I realized something far worse. She didn't need to be present to make me feel unsafe. She just needed access. She had rewritten herself into my life with such careful mimicry that she didn't have to steal anything physically. She only had to convince me she already had it. The doorbell rang again. I didn't move. Eventually, it stopped. I checked the camera feed. It was just a delivery driver. A package. Something I didn't remember ordering. I opened it with trembling hands. Inside, a pale pink swaddle blanket. No note, no receipt. Just folded fabric, soft as breath. I dropped it and backed away. The real gift wasn't the blanket. It was the message. I'm closer than you think. That's what the blanket meant. It wasn't about warmth. It was a statement, a symbol, a warning disguised as affection. And maybe the worst part of it all was how subtle it was, how soft. I didn't tell my husband about the package until that night. He came home late, looked exhausted, and I couldn't bring myself to start the conversation over dinner. I waited until we were in bed, our daughter rolling under my ribs like she could sense something was wrong again. She sent something, I said quietly, staring at the ceiling. He sat up, instantly alert. What? A blanket. No return label. No note. It was delivered to the door. I checked the camera footage. She wasn't the one who dropped it off. It was a courier. His expression changed, something between fury and concern. You're sure it was from her? She bought the exact one I had saved in my registry. The one she told me looked too whimsical. She knew what it meant to me. He rubbed his hands over his face. Okay, we changed the locks again. Cancel any deliveries. Notify the registry site. You need to stay offline completely. I nodded. I already deleted the registry. He looked at me. She was in this house. I know. A long pause. We don't give her an inch, he said, quietly but firmly. I didn't say what I was thinking. She didn't need an inch anymore. She already had the blueprint. Not just of our home, but of me. That weekend she started texting again. Not aggressively. Not with threats. With kindness. Thinking of you. Want to grab lunch this week? My treat. I had a dream about your little girl. She's going to be so strong. I'd love to bring you dinner sometime. Or just sit with you if you're feeling anxious. I know how overwhelming it gets this late in pregnancy. Every message was perfectly phrased. No malice. No pressure. Just the slow drip of someone who refuses to believe the door has been closed. I didn't respond. She texted again 2 days later. I can't help but feel like you're pulling away. Is everything okay? Then, did I do something wrong? And finally, you don't have to go through this alone. You know that, right? I blocked the number. She messaged me on a different one the next day. I saw a bassinet today that reminded me of yours. I almost bought it. You still need one, right? I didn't block it immediately. I just stared at it for a long time, wondering how she remembered the brand. Then I realized she didn't remember. She'd written it down, somewhere. In a journal or document or notebook, she'd been tracking my pregnancy like it was her own. My cravings, my vitamins, my birth plan. The swaddle blanket I added to the list 2 months ago, before deleting it. She wasn't improvising. She was copying. The following week, the texts stopped, but the calls began. Blocked numbers. Voicemails left at odd hours. Her voice sounding steady, measured, compassionate. I know you're overwhelmed. I can help. I just want to help. I know you're scared, but don't shut people out. That's how mistakes happen. One night, my husband's phone buzzed. He answered without looking, thinking it was a patient. I heard her voice before he hung up. You don't have to protect her from me. His face went still. He didn't speak for a long time. Then he locked the phone and said, We need to take this seriously now. No more waiting. I didn't ask what he meant. I knew. We'd been treating her like a friend who lost control. But friends didn't show up in your house when you weren't there. They didn't send blankets that mirrored your dreams. They didn't rewrite your life and offer it back to you, one message at a time. She wasn't trying to hurt me. She was trying to replace me. A few nights later, she called my mother, told her she was worried, that I wasn't answering, that maybe something had gone wrong with the baby, that someone needed to check on me. My mother called in a panic. I reassured her as best I could, but the damage was done. Now she'd inserted doubt into my family. And that was the point, wasn't it? She wasn't trying to force her way in. She was trying to make me look unstable, isolated, like I needed help. Help that only she could provide. A few days after that, a box arrived at my mother's door. A full newborn layette set. A note attached. She'll look beautiful in this. Can't wait to meet her. My mother asked if I'd sent it. I told her no. She didn't ask again. Instead, she came over the next day, sat on the couch beside me, and said, "Tell me everything, from the beginning." So I did. And she didn't interrupt. Not once. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "So what are you going to do?" I looked down at my belly, my hand resting over the soft curve of it. "I'm going to disappear," I said. "Not forever. Just long enough." Those words didn't sound dramatic when I said them. They felt surgical, like closing a wound. We weren't running. We were removing ourselves from reach, from interference, from her. The next morning, my husband and I started planning. We canceled all remaining appointments at the birthing center. I emailed my OB and requested a transfer of care, citing relocation. We wiped our phones. Factory reset, everything. No SIM cards, no cloud backups. We pulled cash, prepped a rental car under his cousin's name, and packed only what we needed. It took 2 days. In that time, we told no one. Not my friends, not his parents, not even my mother. Not because we didn't trust them, but because we couldn't be sure who she might contact. The fewer threads she had to pull, the less chance she'd find us. On the third morning before sunrise, we left. We drove for hours in silence, through state lines, past gas stations and empty rest stops, through towns we'd never heard of. Eventually, we arrived at a furnished guest house behind a farmhouse. Quiet, private, rural. A friend of a friend owned the place. No paperwork, no records, paid in cash. There was no mailbox, no doorbell. It was perfect. We changed our names at check-in, no real names, not even close. My husband listed us as a couple on sabbatical. No questions asked. I deleted all remaining apps. No more pregnancy trackers, no social media, no notes saved on my phone. We kept one burner phone, turned off unless absolutely necessary. He used it once, to let his cousin know we'd arrived. Nothing else. I kept thinking the paranoia would ease once we were there. It didn't. I checked the windows every few hours, kept the curtains shut, walked slowly from room to room like I was still being watched. My daughter kicked constantly now, each movement like a reminder. I'm here. I'm close. Protect me. And I did. We kept the lights low at night, moved only during the day. I memorized the sound of our new refrigerator's hum, the exact creak of the second floorboard in the hallway, the flicker pattern of the motion light by the back door. Every unknown sound sent a jolt through me. It wasn't about logic anymore. It was about safety. And then, as if the world wanted to challenge our commitment, we started hearing from people. Not directly, not clearly, but in fragments. An old friend texted the cousin who booked the rental. Just a casual message. "Hey, weird question. Have you heard from her lately? Someone's been asking around." The cousin didn't answer, just forwarded it. Then another message. From my husband's former colleague. "There's a woman looking for you. Says you're close friends. Seems worried." No name, but we knew. She wasn't using threats, or drama, or showing up. She was casting lines, hoping someone would bite. I watched him delete each message without replying. He didn't even flinch, but I could tell he was waiting for something worse. We both were. For 2 weeks, nothing came. We stayed quiet. My belly grew heavier. My back hurt constantly, but the silence stretched long enough that we almost let ourselves breathe. And then we heard from the midwife, not our current one, the first. She left a voicemail on the burner phone, confused. "Hi, I'm just calling because someone came in asking for your chart. She said she was a family member and that you'd been transferred here." I didn't give her anything, obviously, but she was persistent. My husband played the message for me on speaker. My whole body went cold. "She tried to access your medical records," he said quietly. I nodded. throat tight. She's getting desperate. No one knew we'd use that clinic, except for her. I had mentioned it once in a conversation months ago when I was still deciding. She must have written it down, remembered. I felt nauseous, not because of her persistence, but because it was working. She had gathered enough puzzle pieces to trace our steps. She was behind us. Not far, but not close enough to act, and that made her more dangerous than ever. The next day, I received an email on an old account I forgot was still active. The subject line read, "I forgive you." The body of the message was blank. I didn't reply. I didn't forward it. I just read it once and deleted it. That night, my husband sat beside me on the bed and asked, "Do you still think she's trying to hurt you?" I thought about it. I didn't feel like she wanted to hurt me. Not physically. Not directly. I think she wanted to be necessary. Indispensable. Like if she inserted herself deeply enough into my story, I wouldn't be able to cut her out. That I'd need her. Invite her back in. That I'd eventually hand her the one thing she couldn't fabricate. My daughter. "I think she believes she's helping," I said finally. "I think she really believes that." He didn't argue. Because that kind of belief is exactly what makes people dangerous. Especially when they start to lose control of the story. And she was losing it. We just didn't know yet how far she'd go to reclaim it. But we found out. It happened 5 days later. I was 38 weeks and a few days, on edge, swollen, constantly short of breath. We'd just finished breakfast when the burner phone rang. It hadn't made a sound in over a week. My husband picked it up. I watched his face change. "It's the clinic," he said, and put the call on speaker. It wasn't our new midwife. It was someone from administration. She sounded nervous. "Hi, I wanted to let you know there was an incident this morning." My husband glanced at me. She continued. "A woman came into the hospital claiming to be the mother of a newborn. She gave your name. She said you had the baby early and that there was a mix-up with discharge. She tried to convince staff the baby was hers. The room went still. She didn't get far. The hospital flagged the ID she gave. Fake. When she couldn't produce any medical documentation or prenatal records, security stepped in. She became agitated and started screaming at one of the nurses." "What happened next?" he asked. "She collapsed. Psychologically, not physically. She was taken into custody under a 5150 hold." My breath caught. "Wait," I said, sitting forward. "She's in a psychiatric hold?" "Yes," the woman said. "She's being evaluated now. It'll be at least 72 hours, possibly longer, depending on what the attending determines." I felt like I was floating outside my own body. "Did she name us?" my husband asked. "Yes," she said. "Several times. She insisted the baby was hers and that you—" A pause. "That you were helping her, but then changed your mind. She said she forgave you." He closed his eyes. I stayed quiet. The call ended with a promise. They would notify us if she attempted contact again, that she wouldn't be released without a formal review, that she was no longer a loose thread. But that wasn't how it felt. It felt like the air had been knocked from the room. For months, she'd been circling, building her world around mine like a second skin. Now she had ripped through the fabric and exposed everything. And I didn't know if I felt relief or grief. Because the girl who once cried at my engagement party, who bought us matching mugs when I told her I was pregnant, who sat beside me during my second trimester scan while my husband was at work, that girl had unraveled. I had sensed it, denied it, justified it. But the truth was, she'd been losing herself long before she tried to take anything from me. "She really believed it," I said softly. "Didn't she?" He nodded. "Delusional disorder or grief-induced psychosis. Maybe both. I thought I would feel safe when it ended." He looked at me. "And? I feel haunted." That afternoon, we sat together in silence. Not out of fear anymore, but out of exhaustion. I slept for 3 hours straight, the first uninterrupted sleep I'd had in weeks. When I woke, there were no missed calls, no blocked messages, no sudden shadows at the door, just him and the soft stretch of my daughter pressing upward beneath my ribs. We didn't talk much that night. We didn't need to. But there was one thing I had to say. "You were right." He looked up from the couch. "You saw it before I did. All of it." He didn't gloat, didn't smile. He just said, "I wish I hadn't been." We packed our things over the next few days, carefully, slowly. Not because we were rushing to leave, but because the moment we had waited for had finally come. The one where we could return home without looking over our shoulders. Still, I moved cautiously. The weight of everything still lingered. I kept thinking about the moment she must have realized I was really gone, that I had stepped out of the life she'd built in her mind. What had that felt like? What final crack opened wide enough for her to walk into a hospital and say, out loud, "That baby is mine"? We'll never know. But someone had heard her. Someone had finally drawn a line. It wasn't justice. Not exactly. But it was something. It was enough. The night before we left the safe house, I walked into the nursery we'd created from borrowed furniture and hand-washed linens. I sat in the rocking chair, slow and heavy, and whispered to my daughter that she was safe now, that nothing was coming for her, that the story being written around her was ours, and no one else's. And for the first time in months, I believed it. The drive back felt like we were coming up for air after being submerged too long. Roads that had once felt neutral now felt personal. Familiar storefronts, old intersections. Everything looked sharper, clearer, like the fear had bleached away a layer of dullness we didn't realize had settled over our lives. We didn't tell anyone we were back. Not right away. Not even my mother. We moved quietly. Rented a small apartment under my husband's name through a friend. No forwarding address. No social media posts. I used a different number to reach out to my new OB. Booked one final appointment to check everything before the birth. I was 39 weeks and 5 days when I went into labor. It started slowly. Tightness, then pressure, then the kind of pain that made me grip the edge of the kitchen counter and whisper, "Okay, now." He was ready. Our bags had been packed for days. He loaded the car calmly, like he'd rehearsed it in his mind 100 times. I sat in the back seat, rocking gently, focusing on breathing and not thinking about everything we'd just survived. The hospital staff was kind, attentive. They didn't know our full story, just the basics. No visitors allowed. Private room, no information released to anyone not listed explicitly. My husband had explained the family situation, delicately, but firmly. They didn't ask twice. The labor lasted 11 hours. There was pain, of course. There was blood, and sweat, and crying. But there was something else too. Something I didn't expect. Peace. It was the safest I'd felt in a long, long time. When she was born, the room went still. Not quiet. Still. Like the world paused for a breath and whispered, "She's here." They placed her on my chest and everything dissolved. Fear, exhaustion, anger. She blinked up at me, eyes swollen and sleepy, her tiny fists curling in the air like she was stretching after a long dream. I didn't cry right away. I just held her and whispered her name again and again. He sat beside us and didn't say anything for a long time. Then he reached out and touched her hand and said, "We did it." And for the first time since this all began, I didn't feel like we were surviving something. I felt like we were starting over. We stayed in the hospital 2 nights. My vitals were strong. Her APGAR scores were perfect. Every time someone walked in the room, I tensed slightly, expecting a disruption. But it never came. The hours passed like water through fingers, slow but sure. On the second morning, I finally turned my phone back on. There were dozens of missed messages from my mother, all checking in. 2 from an old coworker. And 1 name I didn't expect to see. The hospital administrator. I hesitated before opening it. It was short. "She's been placed under long-term psychiatric observation. She won't be released until cleared by court-appointed evaluators. No attempts at contact have been made since the incident. You're no longer on any active concern list. Just thought you'd want to know. Be well." I showed my husband. He nodded once and deleted it. We didn't talk about her again that day. Not because it wasn't important, but because she had finally, been pushed far enough from our orbit that we didn't have to rearrange our thoughts around her anymore. When we got home, my mother met us outside the building. She didn't ask questions. She just wrapped her arms around me while I held my daughter in her carrier and whispered, "You did everything right." We didn't post photos for a week. When we finally did, just 1 image. Of her tiny hand curled around mine. I turned off comments. The caption was simple. "She's here, safe, ours." Nothing else. But I saw it the next morning. A like, from a profile I didn't recognize. No picture, no posts. Just a vague username that could have belonged to anyone. Anyone. I showed him the screen. He shook his head. "Could be nothing," he said. I nodded. "But it could be her." He shrugged. "Doesn't matter." He was right. Because now, even if she was watching, she was doing so from the outside. And for once, we weren't looking back. But that didn't mean she vanished completely. Obsession leaves residue. On your habits, your thoughts, your routines. Even in peace, I found myself flinching at unexpected knocks, checking locks 3 times before bed, keeping the stroller handle wrapped tightly in my hand whenever we went outside. She was gone, but not erased. And that was the difference. Our daughter was nearly 6 weeks old when the first letter came. No return address, no name, just our names, handwritten in neat, careful script on the envelope. It was slipped into our mailbox directly, bypassing the postal system. My husband found it first and opened it without a word. Inside, a single page. Typed. I missed the version of us that never got broken. That was it. No signature. We didn't show it to anyone. Didn't take it to the police. Didn't scan it, document it, file a report. We just burned it and watched it curl to ash in the kitchen sink. Not because we weren't scared, but because we had decided something long before that. We would not be pulled back into her narrative. She had taken enough. Still, the timing rattled us. We'd told no one our new address. We moved again 2 days later, this time even smaller, more remote. We didn't announce it. We didn't even change our mailing info. Just paid cash, unplugged the internet, and kept the world at arm's length. The silence returned, and with it, a kind of uneasy rhythm. We started seeing a therapist, a specialist in trauma dynamics, together and separately. It helped. She helped. She never once used the word crazy. She used words like disassociation, projection, fixation, words that made the situation feel clinical instead of cinematic. My husband talked more during those sessions than I'd ever heard him speak in our entire relationship. I talked less, because I didn't know how to describe the grief of losing someone who was still alive. That was the part no one prepared me for. She had been my best friend, the kind of friend who sat on the bathroom floor with me while I vomited, who cried when I did, who sent flowers after every OB appointment, and knew my Starbucks order by memory. And yet, all that closeness had been weaponized, used as scaffolding to build a reality where she got to live inside my skin, where she got to rewrite the rules, where my child became her ending. I didn't talk about that in therapy, not for weeks. But eventually, I did. And when I said it, I cried. Not because I was scared, because I was tired. Tired of carrying the weight of someone else's unraveling. The therapist said something I still think about often. Not all grief is yours to carry. You're allowed to lay down what doesn't belong to you. So I did. In small ways at first. I opened the curtains. I went for walks without scanning every face. I let myself laugh when my daughter kicked a sock off and giggled like it was a joke only she understood. I stopped checking our security cameras every morning, but I never deleted them. Because healing doesn't mean forgetting, it means adapting. The second letter came 2 months later. This time, it was left on the windshield of our car while we were inside a grocery store. No envelope, just a folded piece of paper, water-stained at the edges. She would have loved me. You know that, right? My husband found it. Didn't even show it to me until hours later. When he did, I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stared at it, then quietly shredded it and flushed the pieces. He watched me. Are you okay? No, I said honestly. But I'm getting better. We both were. We'd agreed early on that if she ever reached out in person again, if she broke the terms of her psychiatric release, we'd involve the authorities. Until then, we kept documenting, quietly, safely, letting time prove what emotion couldn't, that we were not playing her game anymore. And slowly, life began to return in shades. Our daughter rolled over for the first time on a rainy Thursday. She smiled when we sang off-key. She hated socks, loved ceiling fans. We were building something new, something real. There were no baby showers, no shared mother-daughter playdates, no parallel pregnancies, just us, the three of us. One night, my husband asked, "Do you think she'll ever stop?" I didn't answer right away. Instead, I said, "Do you think she knows she needs to?" He didn't say anything, because that was the truth neither of us could admit. We weren't afraid she'd come back. We were afraid she'd never realize she shouldn't. And in the end, we were right. 3 months passed, then 4. There were no more letters, no knocks, no messages through mutual friends. The silence stretched so long it became suspicious in itself. Too clean, too complete. We started to think the obsession had found a new outlet, another subject to cling to, someone else to mimic or follow or fixate on. But it didn't feel like relief. It felt like the pause before an aftershock. And then, in the 5th month, the hospital called again. Not ours. A facility several counties away. My husband answered the phone, standing at the edge of the kitchen with our daughter asleep on his chest. His voice didn't change while he listened. It rarely did. He hung up and looked at me. "She's back in. Involuntary psychiatric hold," he said, calmly. I stopped stirring the bottle in my hand. "She did it again?" He nodded. "Went into an emergency room claiming she had a baby. told them someone stole her daughter at birth, insisted they run DNA tests. Staff flagged her immediately. This time, they didn't just hold her. They transferred her to a long-term inpatient psychiatric center. She was no longer considered a danger to others, but to herself. She didn't name us, he added almost gently. It felt like a strange kindness, a final act of erasure. For the first time since everything started, I sat down slowly and let it all sink in. Not with fear, not with adrenaline, but with an unsettling numbness. Like waiting for a ship to dock that had already sunk. She still thinks she had a baby, I said. He didn't reply, because he didn't have to. The truth had always been impossible to accept. Somewhere along the way, grief and longing and fantasy had collapsed in her mind. What began as imitation had spiraled into delusion, a version of motherhood so deeply embedded in her that she couldn't separate it from reality anymore. She wasn't trying to hurt me. She was trying to stay inside the only story that made sense to her. She never hated me, I whispered. Not really. She envied you, he said. And then she became convinced she was you. The line between love and obsession had vanished long ago. We updated our safety file, made a formal record with the hospital that she'd been admitted again. Nothing dramatic, just precautions. Not because we expected her to reach out again, but because trauma teaches you that quiet doesn't mean it's over. That night, after we put our daughter to sleep, I stood by the crib and stared at her for a long time. I thought about how close I had come to letting someone into this room, someone who had never truly grieved, never healed, only recreated. I thought about the blanket, the texts, the pink mobile she copied, the way she said, "We'll raise them together," when I was 10 weeks along. And I thought about how the world had moved on from her, while we were still learning how to breathe in it again. A few days later, I visited my mother for coffee. We didn't talk about the past much, but as I was leaving, she touched my arm and said, "Sometimes love turns into something else when it doesn't have anywhere to go." I didn't know if she meant my friend, or me, but either way, she was right. When we got back home, I saw the small box waiting on our front step. No name, no return address. I didn't touch it. I called him. He opened it carefully, gloved, outside. Inside, a pink photo album, empty, completely blank. Just the cover, embossed with gold lettering. Our first year. We reported it, documented it. There was no evidence linking it to her directly, but there didn't need to be. We knew. We didn't burn this one. We kept it in a sealed bag with the rest of the evidence. But I never opened it again. Because I knew what it meant. It wasn't a threat. It was a goodbye. Her final narrative was complete. The baby she imagined had lived out her story. 1 year, 1 life, 1 arc. All that remained was the keepsake. But there was no hour. Not then. Not ever. Only her. Alone. And us. Still here. Real. The words became a quiet mantra between us. In the foggy moments of sleep deprivation, in the mundane tasks of new parenthood, bottles, burp cloths, endless diaper changes, we held on to that phrase like it was the only proof we needed that we had made it through. But the world has a way of catching up. It was around our daughter's first birthday. We hadn't planned anything extravagant, just a small celebration, just the 3 of us. A vanilla cake, a silly candle. We sang off-key while she smacked frosting into her hair and squealed with joy. I took a photo, posted it. First time in nearly a year. Nothing too personal. Just her little hand with the candle in the background. The caption read, "1, safe, loved." I hesitated before pressing post, but something inside me felt ready to re-enter the world, ready to tell our story again, in our own way. It took less than 2 hours for the message to come through. Not a comment, not a like. A private message request buried under spam. The name wasn't hers. It was a placeholder username, just like before. But I knew. The message only said, "She's beautiful. I'm glad she's okay." No threats, no accusations. Just that. A part of me froze. Another part didn't. I showed it to my husband. He read it, deleted it, then looked at me carefully. "She's not gone," I said. "No," he replied. "But she's not here either." And that distinction mattered. Because this time we didn't panic. We didn't move. We didn't change phone numbers or reset passwords. We just watched. Waited. Nothing else came. A week passed. Then 2. And then, without fanfare, a friend of mine forwarded an article. Local news. A human interest piece buried under a pile of politics and weather. I clicked. She'd been hospitalized again. Not from another outburst. Not from an incident. She had voluntarily walked into an ER, midwinter, carrying nothing but a notebook. She told them she hadn't slept in 4 days, that she couldn't tell what was real anymore, that she had once had a daughter, but didn't know where she went. This time, she was admitted not under force, but by her own request. That detail hit me harder than I expected. I scrolled the article twice, hunting for more. There wasn't much. Her name had been abbreviated, no photos, no interviews, just a short blurb, noting she was receiving long-term care in a state-run psychiatric facility with limited visitation. She had surrendered. Not to us. To herself. I didn't know what to feel. I told my husband that night, and he said something that surprised me. She needed someone to believe she wasn't the villain. I looked at him. She did terrible things. Yes, he said. But in her mind, it was a love story, a rescue mission. She wanted to rewrite her own grief. I thought about that a long time. Later, when our daughter was asleep, we sat on the couch and I asked the question that had lingered for over a year. Do you remember the baby shower? He looked at me. Of course. When you told me we had to leave when you looked at her. Did you know? Or did you just guess? He paused. I recognized the look. He said finally. I've seen it before. Patients with fixed delusions, especially postpartum psychosis. There's a tension, a kind of performance they don't realize they're doing. I saw it in her eyes, and I saw how she looked at you. I nodded. I thought you were overreacting. I wasn't. I turned toward him softly. Thank you for not letting me talk us into staying. He didn't answer. He just reached for my hand and held it. And for the first time, we talked about it. Not in fragments, not in panic. We walked through the entire story, beginning to end, laughed at things we couldn't laugh at before, acknowledged the absurdity and the pain, named it piece by piece. By the end of the conversation, it felt like something had shifted, like the story no longer owned us. We owned it. That night, I wrote in a journal for the first time since the pregnancy. At the top of the page, I wrote, "You were my friend, then my shadow. Now you're just a chapter." And underneath, "But I am the one who finished the book. Not her. Not the obsession. Not the fear. Me." And yet, finishing the story didn't mean forgetting it. It meant living with it honestly, without letting it control the present. I had spent so many months looking over my shoulder that when I finally stopped, the stillness was almost too loud. But time has a way of sanding down even the sharpest edges. And life, real life, kept going. Our daughter turned 16 months old last week. She's all teeth and chaos now, tripping over her own feet, laughing at her own farts, pointing at birds like they're ancient magic. She has no idea what she lived through before she even took her first breath. And maybe that's the greatest gift we could have given her. Peace that she'll never have to remember. My husband changed hospitals last spring. It was his idea. Smaller town, quieter hours. He said he needed something slower, something with fewer emergencies, fewer reminders. I think he carries more from that year than he ever let on, especially the way he spotted it before I did. The dissent, the mimicry, the obsession beneath the surface. He's good with instincts. Always has been. My mother stayed close. After that coffee conversation, she became a more constant presence, not nosy, just quietly supportive. She never asked again about the letters or the fake Instagram accounts or the hospital calls, but every few weeks she drops off groceries she accidentally overbought. Subtle, but not really. That's her way. She knows more than she says. She always has. As for the others, mutual friends, acquaintances, old coworkers, most drifted. I didn't explain much. I never went public with the details. I didn't name her. I didn't shame her. I just withdrew. Let the distance speak for itself. Some people reached out after the baby was born. Most didn't. Grief and scandal make people uncomfortable. I've learned that. They prefer their messes to be loud, obvious, tragic in ways they can distance themselves from. But when something is soft and confusing and filled with ambiguity, like a woman pretending to be pregnant beside her best friend, it becomes harder to look at directly. So they didn't, and I stopped expecting them to. There was one person I kept thinking about, though. Her sister. She'd only come up a few times, briefly. I'd met her once at a family gathering years ago. Before everything. She'd been quiet, reserved, polite. I remembered she worked in education, lived 2 states away, had a soft, sad smile, like she was always half apologizing for the space she took up. I found her name again last month. I didn't reach out, but I looked her up once. She hadn't posted in years. Her last photo was of a candle on a windowsill. No caption. And something about that felt final. I don't know what their relationship was like after everything that happened. I don't know if she visited the psychiatric facility, if she got a call, if she sent a letter back. But I hope she found peace too. Or at least closure. Some stories don't need confrontation. They just need to end. As for her, my former best friend, I don't think of her as often now. When I do, it's not with anger. It's not even fear. It's with distance. Like looking at a house I once lived in that no longer feels like mine. I still don't know the full truth of her delusion. Whether it began as calculated or unhinged. Whether she truly believed the baby inside me should have been hers. Or whether she just needed something to believe in after her world broke apart. But I know what she became. And what I nearly lost because I was too afraid to name it. There's no dramatic ending. She remains in care, as far as I know. We've had no further contact. No new letters. No shadows in windows. The last time her name appeared anywhere near ours was during a background check for my husband's new job. A flagged incident. Confidential. Redacted. Still, it came up. He was transparent. The hospital board signed off without issue. Good instincts, one of them told him. We laughed about it later. I don't think I'll ever tell our daughter the full story. Maybe one day, if she's grown and there's a reason, I'll explain. Carefully. Honestly. But for now, it's just a quiet part of our past. A chapter closed, a danger faced, a home rebuilt. She won't remember the locked windows, the silent moves, the cautious steps. She'll only know we loved her enough to protect her before she was even born. And if that's all she ever knows, that's enough. Because some victories aren't loud. They're whispered at 2 a.m. over a sleeping child's breath. They're the quiet ones. The steady ones, the ones no one sees. But they're real, and they're ours.
Welcome to Love Lies Chronicles.
I'd really appreciate your comment. It helps me understand if you enjoyed the story and how I can improve in future ones. I was in the garage when it happened, Saturday, late afternoon, the kind of Ohio heat that makes metal tools feel alive in your hands. I'm Aaron Pike, 38, a mechanical engineer in Columbus. I had the back box open on a 1978 Bally cabinet, a hex key balanced between my fingers, coil sleeves lined up on a rack. She leaned in the doorway with a grin I'd started to recognize over the last few months, the kind that says the outcome is already decided, and said, "Your precious game is gone. Be a man now." For a second my brain didn't translate it. The words landed, but the meaning lagged behind. I remember the smell of machine oil and the sizzle of the box fan and the look in her eyes, bright with something that wasn't joy. I set the hex key down, slow and careful, like it could bruise the bench if I dropped it. That calm wasn't strategy. It was the only thing I had left that still felt like me. The signs had been collecting like dust on a shelf I kept meaning to wipe. She'd started calling my projects toys, then junk, then excuses. I'd come home from the lab and find my wiring diagrams ripped off the fridge. Clutter, she'd say, while her sponsored mailers from some wellness brand took their place. My Saturday mornings at the swap meet became her punchlines at brunch. He rescues old machines, she'd tell her friends, faux sweet. Like puppies, but louder. It sounds small until you hear it enough times. Belittling isn't one swing. It's steady sanding until the surface is thin and soft and easy to dent. At work, I design tooling that keeps automotive lines moving. Unsexy, quiet reliability. I like that about it. You do the math right, the parts fit, people get to drive home safe. She used to say she loved that I made order out of chaos. Then the vocabulary changed. Ambitious turned into stuck. Stable became boring. Real men take risks, she said once, tapping a reel about founders and freedom while we ate takeout at the counter I installed. It wasn't a conversation, it was a verdict. The next week, she told me I should sell the garage gear and invest in something adult. I asked what adult meant. She said, "Not this." Things that were ours morphed into things that were mine, and things that were mine were up for public review. She changed the Wi-Fi password and called it Digital Detox. She moved my labeled bins to the basement and called it Flow. The soldering station I'd used for years vanished one afternoon. When I asked, she waved at a donation receipt she wouldn't let me read. She'd start arguments right as I was clamping or calibrating, then tell me I was choosing machines over marriage when I wouldn't follow her into a fight. And always, in front of people, A laugh at the end so no one had to feel tense but me. The truth is, the game wasn't just a game. My dad and I rebuilt a Williams when I was 15, summer of humidity and burnt flux, and the first time I learned what patience does to frustration when you give it a chance. He's gone now. The cabinets in my garage are snapshots I can touch. I never said that to her, because I thought I didn't need to justify what I loved. That was my mistake, confusing silence with safety. She took my silence as permission to define me for me. Sometimes disrespect arrives in expensive packaging. She started posting lifestyle tips with captions about leveling up. In one photo, I'm in the background at the dishwasher, shirt sleeves rolled, while she's in the foreground holding a sparkling water and a book about boundaries. The caption reads, "When he plays, I build. Choose your partner wisely." Friends of hers dropped hearts. An old colleague of mine texted, "You good?" I typed back, "Long week." It wasn't a lie. I had already started making small, quiet shifts. Dawn runs before the plant opened. Belt squats and deadlifts in the building's small gym, the clean kind of pain that doesn't ask questions. I changed my emergency contact from her to my brother without ceremony. I set up a P.O. box because packages were clutter now and kept getting rehomed. I stopped texting first during the day. I took the long way home to sit in silence for 10 minutes before the next negotiation began. Not dramatic changes. Just proof to myself that I could adjust the load on the frame and the frame would hold. When she said the line, "Your precious game is gone," I thought she meant the cabinet in front of me. I glanced at the empty dolly, and my stomach tightened the way it does when a car in the next lane drifts into yours, and you're still calculating whether to brake. The cabinet was there. She meant something else. She stepped aside, and I could see the gap on the other wall, a blank rectangle where the second machine had lived for months. The moving blankets were folded, the corner rubbed clean. The back glass I'd hunted for 2 years, the rare one with the hairline crack I swore I could stabilize, was gone too. There's a particular quiet when you look at an absence and know it's not a mistake. "Sold," she said, cheerful. "We need space. And you need to grow up." I asked where, calmly, like a man asking for the time on a bus bench. She shrugged. "Marketplace. Storage guy. Who cares? It's just stuff." I asked for a bill of sale. She laughed like it was a joke that I'd learned too late. On her phone, a truck rental and a storage unit payment I hadn't noticed were already cleared on our joint account. She had the look of someone who expects fireworks and is ready to record them. I felt something else, a click, clean and metallic, like a latch finding home. There's a version of me, maybe the younger one, who would have argued about rights and receipts right there under the buzzing light. I would have explained value, labor, the time you can't ask to get back once you've given it. I'm not that version anymore. I watched her talk about minimalism and men who live like boys, and how selling the machine was a wake-up call, and I realized none of it was an accident. This was a test with the answer already penciled in. The point wasn't the sale. The point was the grin. Later she posted a story, the cleared wall, the caption, "Finally making room for real life." A song laid over it with a chorus about starting over. She tagged me. I didn't repost. I wiped my hands, took photos of the empty space for myself, time-stamped. I wrote the model and serial number in my notebook even though my app already had them. The ritual steadied me. I put the hex key back in its bin. I closed the back box gently and zipped the tool roll. The fan hissed. The garage smelled like pennies. Inside, she had a list ready, what a real man would do with a garage, with Saturdays, with a paycheck. She talked about a better house, a proper office for her content, a guest room for collaborations. She told me we'd talk budgets when I was ready to participate. I listened until the rhythm revealed itself. Anything that made me me was a childish phase. Anything that made her grand was growth. I wasn't angry. Anger is a fast fuel, and I had a long drive ahead of me. I just knew, very suddenly, I wouldn't be taking instructions from someone who celebrated my erasure like a promotion. I went back to the garage and sat on the stool, hands on my knees, and looked at the machine that was left. I thought about the first time I'd powered a dead playfield and watched light return to it. There's a difference between fixing and chasing. One builds a life. The other just keeps you busy. That afternoon, with her grin still hanging in the doorway like a neon sign, I understood which one I'd been doing for too long. The setup wasn't the missing cabinet. It was the sentence she handed me, smiling like a dare. "Be a man now." All right, I could do that, but not the way she imagined. By evening, she'd packaged the missing machine into a story that looked like charity dressed as growth. A photo of the cleared wall, a caption about minimalism, a song about starting over, and my handle tagged so I could watch. Her friends filled the comments with clapping hands and airy lines about men and their childish phases. I didn't reply. I let the oxygen leave it on its own. At dinner, she pushed the test harder. "If you sell the rest of that junk," she said, "we could finally start a family." She picked at her salad like she was negotiating a contract, not our life. I asked for the bill of sale. "Calm, even tone." She laughed. It was clutter, not property. The table went quiet for a beat that only I heard. The story started to mutate depending on the audience. With her friends, she donated to make space for higher goals. On her page, she sold to prove she was decisive. Little frictions became policy. The household tablet that held subscriptions and bills got a new passcode I didn't have. "Digital boundaries," she said, smiling. When I asked about a storage unit charge on the joint card, she framed it as a safety measure for seasonal decor. I have a mechanical mind. I see sequences. Truck rental, storage unit, cleared wall. I nodded, logged the order, didn't argue the philosophy. Work didn't stop because my house was getting repainted in someone else's colors. I spent mornings on the plant floor, afternoons tuning torque curves in CAD, evenings driving home in silence that felt more like clarity than loneliness. She sent me reels about founders who bet on themselves. The unspoken pitch was simple. I had to tear down what made me steady so she could feel elevated standing on the rubble. I declined to answer a question she never asked plainly. When friends came over that weekend, she did her performance. "He collects machines," she said, gesturing toward the blank space. "But I'm hoping he'll choose a family instead." Everyone laughed the way people do when they don't want to be involved. I took plates to the sink, ran water, and let the joke sit where she put it. Later, when the last guest left, I asked the two questions that mattered. "What's going on? Is there someone else?" Not a trap or an accusation, just the smallest flashlight into a dark corner. She smirked. "Paranoia isn't attractive. No answer is still an answer." The next week it moved to money. A new credit card attempt I hadn't authorized flagged my email. She said she was organizing subscriptions and accused me of micromanaging when I asked for the list. "If you were a man," she said, voice soft and dangerous, "you'd take charge of our future instead of clinging to toys." I let the sentence hang between us and didn't rescue it with an argument. Silence isn't confusion. It's control. At the office barbecue, she found an audience again. "Aaron's still married to his pinball machines," she joked to my director, like we were in on it together. My director chuckled awkwardly and asked about cycle times. He knows what I manage. I answered his question fully, then turned to her and said, "Did you get a receipt for the sale?" Same calm tone, same posture. For a second her face flashed the truth. She'd expected a plea, not a ledger. "Don't embarrass me," she hissed on the way to the car. I looked at the parking lot lights and thought about torque. How much twist a shaft can take before it yields. How most failures don't announce themselves until they're already in progress. Password changes became a weekly ritual. The shared calendar stopped showing her plans. I learned our weekends by noticing new nail colors and packed overnight bags. "Self-care," she said to the mirror, practicing angles for pictures. I watched the angles and counted the gaps in what used to be our schedule. The house felt overfurnished with mood and empty of agreement. I stopped filling spaces with explanations she never wanted. When the storage unit charge renewed, I asked again, "Seasonal decor?" She rolled her eyes. "If you really cared about us, you'd stop interrogating and start providing." I am a provider. The part she never understood is that provision is more than paying for whatever current emotion needs packaging. It's structure, continuity, respect. I didn't try to teach that. I haven't met a lecture that changed a heart. She escalated by retreating. Whole evenings disappeared into collabs and strategy sessions on speakerphone, doors closed to our own kitchen as if I were an intern who needed clearance. I made dinner, ate, and cleaned up without theater. She posted the plate when it looked perfect and told followers I refused to support her brand because I wouldn't sell the rest. I stopped checking her page. I already knew the plot. A text came in late one night. A photo of a nursery mood board, pale woods and a soft gray wall, almost convincing. "This is what we could have if you'd grow up." The conditional wasn't hidden. It was the whole sentence. I stared at the phone until the glow timed out. Then I put it face down and sat with the quiet. Wanting a good thing and accepting a bad trade are different skills. The next morning I set it straight. I'll talk plans when you show respect. That starts with receipts. Where did it go? How much? When? She sighed like I was tedious, like numbers were beneath the greatness of vision. If you were a man, she repeated, slower this time, you'd act. I thought about the machines, how a bad switch looks fine until it fails under load, how contacts arc and pit quietly until they don't touch at all. She believed she was tightening a bolt. By the end of the week, I had a sketch of the pressure system. Public shaming to raise the stakes, money fog to keep score hidden, sexless stonewalling dressed as empowerment, a mother chorus to supply moral cover, and a dare at the center. Be a man now. I've built jigs from memory after one pass. The pattern had announced itself. On Saturday, she stood in the garage doorway again, surveying what was left like a project manager doing a walkthrough. We could make this a proper studio, she said. Ring light here. Closet there. Shelves for product. She measured with her hands, carving the air into rectangles. Are you listening? I was. I just wasn't agreeing. When respect returns, I said, we can talk about space. She laughed, high and bright, like a timer chiming. Then I guess we're done talking. She turned, satisfied, because she thought the conversation was the point. The pressure had done what pressure always does. It revealed the stress lines. I could see every place the frame had been cut thin. I could also see where it still held. I put the stool back under the bench, flipped the switch on the fan, and let the room settle. She wanted a reaction she could post. I gave her something else, quiet that didn't chase her down the hallway. She said she wanted a man who would act. She'd see what that looked like soon enough. She said be a man, and I decided to honor the request. Not the version she rehearsed for her audience. The one where manhood meant surrendering what steadied me so she could stand taller, but the kind that sets boundaries and keeps them. I woke before the sun, let the house stay dark, and put the plan in motion without a single dramatic sound. Actions first, explanations later, if at all. Direct deposit was the first valve to turn. I'd opened a separate account 2 months back when the jokes stopped feeling like jokes. I logged into payroll, changed the routing and account numbers, saved the confirmation, and emailed HR a polite note about the update. 10 minutes to redirect a river. I pulled up our bank next. Her name as an authorized user on the primary card vanished with a click and a verification text. I reduced the joint account to bill pay only, set alerts for anything above $100, and printed the statements that showed the truck rental and the storage unit charge. In another tab, I locked my credit across the bureaus. If new lines were part of the performance, they would need a different stage. Subscriptions went next. Spa membership, boutique boxes, the extra phone line with the pretty number, the coaching platform she never used beyond the screenshot. Every automatic comfort that needed my card to keep humming. I didn't rage cancel. I annotated, saved the confirmations, and wrote what each one cost against our weekly groceries, the mortgage, the water bill. Provision doesn't mean paying for noise. It means keeping the structure sound. In the garage, I did inventory. Not anger inventory. Quiet, accurate, date stamped. Shelves photographed, bins opened, serial numbers checked against the app I'd built myself back when order was still something she admired. The gap on the wall looked cleaner in the morning, like a scar after the bruise fades. I wrote the model and serial of what was gone in the notebook again, even though the system already had it. Habit can be a kind of prayer. You do it to remind your hands they still belong to you. I'd had the machines appraised last winter when the words started turning sharp. It felt paranoid then. It felt responsible now. I called the insurer when the office opened, explained the loss, uploaded photos of the empty space, receipts, screenshots of her story about selling the cabinet to make room for real life, and the line about my precious game. I didn't add adjectives. Adjusters like nouns, dates, and numbers. A non-emergency police report took 20 minutes online. Domestic property dispute reads differently than a crime headline, and that's fine. Records don't have to roar to matter. By 8 I'd eaten, showered, and was in the car with a folder that held copies of everything. The title in the glove box reminded me what sat in the driveway carried only my name. I had paid for the car, insured it, maintained it. She had curated playlists and parked too close to the curb. At the dealership, I scheduled service, swapped her fob out of the system, and added a PIN code to the remote start. On the way home, I stopped by the cell provider. Lines consolidated. The extra one, mine on paper, gone in practice. If she wanted a phone just for the aesthetic of a second screen and photos, she could fund the aesthetic. Back at the house, I opened the benefits portal and removed spouse coverage for the next window. Health, dental, vision, the corporate card for travel, the wellness stipend she used on candles that smoked up the kitchen. Grown-up choices come with grown-up costs. I wasn't punishing her. I was telling the truth with numbers. Access follows respect. Lose one, lose the other. She wandered into the kitchen around 9 in a robe that always photographed better than it lived. She mentioned brunch, hair, a shoot with a friend, then paused when I didn't lift the conversation onto my shoulders. She reached for her phone and frowned at a notification. Another. Then she smiled like she'd found the angle again. You're really doing this. I poured coffee, 1 mug. When respect returns, we can talk. Calm. The same tone I use when a junior engineer proposes speed where tolerance is the risk. She laughed too loudly for a room with 2 people in it and said the word controlling the way people spit out seeds. I let the sound die. Control is when you manage another person's choices. Boundaries are when you manage your own. Emails went out. 1 to her, 1 to her mother, 1 to myself as a record. Subject lines simple. Receipts. I listed what changed and why. Included the storage charge, the truck rental, the post where my hobby became a punchline. The last line was the only condition I wrote down. When the items are accounted for and the belittling stops, we can revisit shared privileges. Until then, finances reflect reality. I set an auto-reply on my phone that filtered anything from her number to email only. Calls create drama. Email creates paper. I walked the house and put my tools where I could reach them with one hand. Important documents went into the fireproof safe. The spare keys moved. The safe code changed. I didn't announce any of it. Part of me wanted to. The part that thinks clarity is kindest even for people who refuse to be clear. But a different kindness had arrived. I would not be the man she dragged into public tantrums for a narrative about growth. Work called and I answered because work still matters. I drove to the plant, walked the line, inched a fixture back into spec with a feeler gauge, and felt that small click of rightness that tells you you're not losing your mind. You're calibrating it. On my break, I checked my inbox. A no-reply email confirmed the credit freezes. Another from the insurer acknowledged the claim and requested a simple affidavit. HR thanked me for the benefits update and reminded me of the next enrollment date. A separate message pinged from the bank. Attempted charge declined at a salon across town. No gloating rose up in me. Just a quiet note. The system works when you build it carefully and refuse to pretend it wasn't meant to. She texted a heart and a broken chain emoji followed by a suggestion that we could undo all this if I would just sell the rest and focus on us. Us, in that sentence, meant her plus my resources minus my autonomy. I didn't reply. You can starve a bad habit without announcing the diet. That afternoon, I boxed the last of her boutique returns that had been sitting unopened by the door. I printed the labels using my account one final time, set the boxes in the foyer, and canceled the pickups. If she wanted the refunds, she could print the labels with her card and her printer. I walked back to the garage. The air was cooler now. I laid a fresh sheet of craft paper on the bench and set the tool roll on top of it. I sharpened a pencil, wrote a list, and next to each line drew a small square. The boxes weren't for her. They were for me. Align screws. Log claims. Buy new sleeves. Stop apologizing for clarity. When evening came, she tried tenderness like it was a switch. Light touch on my forearm, soft words about starting over, the scent she uses when she wants the room to agree with her. I didn't recoil. I just didn't move forward. This requires respect. The line stayed level in the air between us. She let her hand fall, called me cold, and pivoted to angry. Before bed, I left a single page on the kitchen island. Not a manifesto. Just 3 sections. What I've stopped paying for, what will resume when respect returns, and where to send receipts. At the bottom, I wrote one sentence for me, not her. Provision without reciprocation is extraction. I signed my name like a man signing for a package he ordered on purpose. Then I turned off the lights, locked the doors, and slept like a house that finally remembered how to be quiet. By noon the next day, the performance met the paywall. She tried to pick up brunch for her friends, caption pre-written in her drafts about treating my girls, and the joint card declined twice. The server brought back the little black folder with that careful tone service people use when they don't want to make a scene. My phone buzzed with a fraud alert, and then with her message. Embarrassing me won't make you a man. I didn't answer. Her group chat lit up anyway. A friend tagged me on a story, then untagged me when no reaction came. Silence is heavy when an audience expects noise. She came to my office at 2, hair done, jacket that photographs well, chin lifted like she was walking onto a stage. The receptionist handed her a single sheet I'd left that morning. Communicate by email, subject line receipts. She asked for me, voice high and sweet, and my receptionist, bless her, repeated the instruction and pointed to the door like it was an exit sign. She lingered long enough to dramatize, then left with a tight smile. A junior engineer told me later she'd rolled her eyes and announced to the lobby that I was shutting her out. The lobby didn't applaud. Panic wears costumes. That evening it tried seduction, perfume that used to signal a peace treaty, a hand on my chest, a whisper about starting fresh. I stepped back without heat. The sentence didn't raise my voice. It raised the floor. She tried guilt next, listing every gift she'd ever posted as proof of support, then added a thread about going public with the real Aaron. She'd been public for months. The difference now was the receipts. By midweek, the cascade reached places that hadn't heard it yet. The cell carrier confirmed the extra line was gone. The spa couldn't book her standing appointment without my membership. The boutique boxes asked for a new card. The returns desk refused a refund for items bought on a canceled account. She recorded herself in a store mirror explaining patriarchy to her followers, voice shaking, then cut the video when the manager stepped into frame. A DM arrived from one of her friends, the one who never liked my posts but watched every story. I don't agree with how she handled your stuff. Sorry. That's how narratives tip, not with speeches, with small, honest sentences. The insurance company moved faster than I expected. A message hit my inbox, claim approved pending affidavit. The adjuster never used the word vindicated. They used words like documented and substantiated. I signed, scanned, and returned the forms. 2 days later, the check arrived with my name and the policy number on it. I deposited it into the new account and photographed the receipt for my file. At dinner, she asked casually how my day went, a tone that used to be normal and now sounded like a disguise. I said it was productive. She didn't know which part to challenge, so she challenged my tone. She tried blame transfer next. You're abandoning me financially, she said, hands open in a posture meant to persuade the room as much as me. Independence had been her brand until the benefits turned off. Now interdependence called itself fairness. I kept my answer at the same altitude as facts. I'm honoring what you said you wanted, space and leadership. Space means your bills. Leadership means boundaries. She called it cruelty. I called it math. The studio plan hit its own wall. I had canceled the storage unit autopay, the one she used for seasonal decor, and, as it turned out, props she'd been staging for shoots. She drove there with a friend on Saturday, phones out for content, and found a red lock instead of access. The manager recognized her from her stories and said the account holder would need to resolve the balance. My number didn't work because I'd set calls to go to email. The auto-reply told her where to send invoices. She tried charm, then volume, then tears. None of those open locks. The friend filmed the beginning, stopped when the manager asked her to, then posted a vague meme about men who punish, and quietly deleted it an hour later when comments didn't cooperate. I heard about it from 3 directions: a neighbor who saw her crying in the car, the manager who emailed me the invoice and an incident note without adjectives, and a cousin of hers who wrote that I should fix it for the family, and then appended, "But I get it." I paid the prorated balance myself, not to rescue her, but to clear my name from the ledger, removed myself from the account entirely, and forwarded the receipts with the subject line you requested. In reply, she sent a single sentence: "You made me look crazy." I stared at the screen until the cursor stopped blinking. I didn't make a movie. I stopped funding the set. At a brand meeting she'd hustled for months to get, she pitched growth after letting go and referenced my machines as dead weight. The coordinator, who follows everyone before she books them, had already seen the declaration on my benefits portal screenshot in a friend's repost and the comment from her mother that accidentally contradicted the story. The coordinator smiled, thanked her, and said she'd be in touch. She won't. That's not spite. That's surface tension. In the end, It wasn't the money that shook her. It was the absence. No chase. The house got quieter by degrees, and the quiet didn't center her. She tried kindness the way some people try a last password, changing her tone, asking about work, folding towels that had survived a week unfolded on the dryer. I noticed the effort. I also noticed that the apology never arrived with nouns and verbs, only with fog. Without receipts, kindness is decoration. People began to adjust around us. Her friends stopped tagging me in digs. One of them sent me a recommendation for a divorce lawyer with the note, "He's fair to men." I hadn't asked. My director told me I seemed steadier, which is a strange compliment in a week like that, but I understood what he meant. When you stop financing someone's contempt, your posture changes even when you're sitting. The breakdown everyone talks about wasn't a single explosion. It was a series of small collapses when the scaffolding came down. Brunch, office lobby, boutique, storage, brand pitch. Each time she reached for a lever that used to move me and found it welded in place. Each time she tried a story and watched it slide off people who had seen the screenshots. Each time she realized I was present and unavailable in the same breath. It looked like cruelty to her. It felt like clarity to me. I kept my promise to myself. No public exposure, no running commentary. I responded to invoices and ignored invitations to scenes. Her world narrowed from a crowd to a few quiet truths, one of them being that respect is the only currency I trade in now. When she finally sat on the edge of the bed one night and said, in a different voice, "I don't know how we got here," I didn't rush to fill the silence. I had 12 months of documentation and one afternoon in a garage that could answer for me. I let the stillness do the talking. Morning came without drama, but with a kind of settled gravity I could feel in my chest. The week had stripped away every illusion that noise could pass for closeness. She'd tried charm, blame, tears, and threats. I'd answered with receipts and silence. Now it was time for the last clean step. A fork, written plainly enough that even our history couldn't blur it. I made coffee, opened a blank email, and typed what I was willing to live with. Not what I hoped she'd someday become, not what her friends wanted me to tolerate. Just terms that made sense to a man who builds things to outlast his moods. I gave her two paths. The first, counseling with a third party, booked by her within 10 days, written restitution for the machine she removed, with either the bill of sale and the buyer's contact or a repayment schedule, and a public correction of her posts that framed me as a child to lift her brand, not a dramatic confession, just an honest statement that respect in a marriage goes both ways. The second path, formal separation handled by lawyers, financial disentanglement within 60 days, and my departure from the house once the inventory and accounts were resolved. I wrote that I wouldn't argue either way. Boundaries aren't threats. They're choices you give yourself. Her reply arrived in pieces. First came bargaining dressed as kindness. Maybe we just move past it and start fresh. Then an accusation about my coldness. Then a paragraph that read like a press release about growth. None of it contained verbs attached to actions. I sent the fork again, same subject line, no heat, and a clock that didn't blink. She tried a third route, nostalgia. Photos of early trips, the Williams my dad and I rebuilt, captions about what we used to be. I looked at each picture and felt the ache that comes when you recognize your own face at a time you were easier to please. Then I clicked back to the present, where bills and dignity live. On day 4, with no acceptance of the first path, I kept my word on the second. I met with a lawyer, quiet recommendation, fair to men, no appetite for circus. We built a plan that moved like a well-designed fixture. Few parts, each essential, nothing that could rattle itself loose under load. I filed for separation. I found a small place on the east side, a brick duplex with a detached one-car garage that smelled like sawdust and rain. The rent was less than the spa membership I'd canceled. I signed a 6-month lease, shook the landlord's hand, and asked if anyone would mind the sound of a rotary tool for an hour on Saturdays. He laughed and said the guy next door plays saxophone. I said we'd be fine. I spent 2 evenings boxing my life without ceremony. Tools first, manuals next, then the notebooks that hold my father's scrawled diagrams and my own neat ones. I left the furniture. I wasn't carrying weight I never chose again. I changed beneficiaries, updated the will I'd avoided writing, and moved the last auto debit I'd missed into my own account. The insurance check cleared. I bought a used workbench, coil sleeves, a handful of number 47 bulbs, and a second-hand transformer that needed kinder hands than the last ones it met. The rest went into a savings account I labeled with a word my aunt once used: steadiness. The house adjusted to my absence the way rooms do. They breathe out. She posted 4 times in 2 days about choosing self, then stopped when the comments turned practical. Did you apologize? Did you make it right? I didn't watch, but friends sent screenshots I didn't ask for. I deleted them without moralizing. I wasn't building a case anymore. The case was built, argued, and filed. I was building a smaller thing you can't photograph, a life that doesn't require someone else's chaos to feel full. On a Saturday in the new garage, I placed the transformer on the bench, checked the windings, and soldered in a new line, slow enough that my hands could remember making before they remember losing. A kid from the youth center 2 blocks over wandered by with his sister, eyes on the parts like they were treasure. He asked what makes the lights blink. I drew a quick diagram on a torn flap of cardboard and showed him a relay. His face lit like the back glass I used to chase. Monday, I wheeled a finished mini playfield into the center's game room, plugged it in, and watched a pack of kids learn where points come from and why a nudge is different from a shove. I didn't post it. The sound of them was enough. Her email arrived the week the paperwork came back from court. It was the best message she'd written in months. Less theater, more nouns. She said she was sorry for the sale, that she'd talk to the buyer if she could find him, that she'd take counseling if it would help us. But she couldn't agree to a public correction because people misunderstand. It was almost there, and in another life I might have taken almost as a promise. I read it twice and felt grateful for the part of me that waited for verbs. I wrote back that counseling only works when it starts with the truth, not when it's used to dodge it. I said the fork was still available, but I wouldn't carry it to her table anymore. The signing was quiet. 2 lawyers, 2 pens, 1 witness. She wore a blazer that photographs well. I wore the same boots I wear on the line. There were pauses where our old selves might have said something to break the tension. We didn't. On the way out, she asked if we could take a break from the process and see how we felt in a month. I told her breaks are what people ask for when they want the benefits of certainty without the burden. I wasn't angry. I was finished. We signed. I went back to the duplex and cooked what I actually like instead of what photographs well. Eggs, toast, and orange, nothing that needs captions. I put my phone face down without having to prove anything to anyone. I wrote a short note for myself and taped it to the inside of the tool cabinet. Provision without respect is extraction. Under it, in smaller letters, don't fund your own erasure. I slept hard. People ask if I'd take her back if she did every item on the list. It's an honest question, but it starts in the wrong place. This wasn't about a cabinet or an apology posted to a feed that will one day belong to someone else. It was about whether I can live in a house where my worth is a prop. I can't. I won't. Respect isn't a flourish you add when the lighting is right. It's the frame. Without it, everything breaks under load. She told me to be a man now. I did by refusing to spend $1 more, 1 more day, 1 more version of myself on a story that required me to disappear. I refused to lose myself again. And in the quiet of a small garage with a fan humming and a playfield waking up 1 bulb at a time, I realized the machine she destroyed was never the point. The life she couldn't touch is.
Dear listeners, please share your thoughts in the comments, and do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
My girlfriend said, just pay for everyone's meal, don't be cheap, at a friend's birthday. I said, you're right. Then I paid exactly my share and left. She's been paying her friend back for 3 months with interest. I, 28 male, work as an inventory analyst at a logistics company. Not glamorous, but it pays decent. Been with Natalie, 26, for about 14 months. She works part-time at a boutique, making maybe $1,800 a month. I make around $4,200. Not rich by any means, but I manage. Here's the thing, Natalie loves the high life. Designer bags, knockoffs mostly, but she tells everyone they're real. Expensive brunches, weekend trips. When we started dating, she'd pay her share sometimes. That stopped about 6 months in. Suddenly everything was, babe, you know I'm saving for, followed by whatever excuse worked that week. I let it slide because, honestly, I liked her. She was fun, spontaneous, Made me feel like I was living a more exciting life. But looking back, I was basically financing her Instagram lifestyle. 2 weeks ago was her best friend Delaney's 27th birthday. Big dinner at this upscale steakhouse. The kind where appetizers start at $28. Natalie told me it would be just a small group, maybe 6 people. Cool. I budgeted around $150 for both of us. Show up, and there's 14 people. Delaney's entire friend group, plus some cousins. Everyone's ordering cocktails at $18 each, multiple appetizers, the works. I'm watching the mental calculator in my head exploding. Halfway through dinner, Natalie leans over and whispers, "Delaney's been having a rough time with her breakup. It would be really sweet if you covered the birthday dinner. Show everyone what an amazing boyfriend you are." I said, "That's really generous, but I can't afford to pay for 14 people." She got this look. You know the one. Like I just told her I kick puppies for fun. "Don't be cheap," she said louder now. A few people glanced over. It's her birthday. Just pay for everyone's meal. The table went quiet. Everyone pretending they weren't listening while obviously listening. Delaney doing that fake humble thing. "Oh no, you don't have to." I looked at the table. Estimated the bill was already pushing $1,100 easy, and they hadn't even ordered dessert yet. That's literally my entire savings for car repairs. "You're right," I said to Natalie. Smiled real big. I shouldn't be cheap. She looked so smug. Grabbed my hand under the table like I was her trained seal who just performed correctly. When the check came, I flagged the waiter. "Can you split out just my meal, please?" The salmon and the one beer. Dead. Silence. The waiter, bless him, didn't even blink. "Of course, sir." My total, $43 plus tip. I paid $55 cash, stood up, and said, "Happy birthday, Delaney." Natalie's got the rest covered since she's feeling so generous tonight. The look on Natalie's face, like I just shape-shifted into a stranger. She grabbed my arm as I stood up. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "Not being cheap with NY money," I said. "You want to treat your friend? Go ahead." Left her there with a $1,200 bill and 13 confused people. Drove home, turned off my phone, and had the best sleep I'd had in months. Update 1. Remember when I said I turned off my phone? Yeah, when I turned it back on the next morning, I had 89 missed calls. Not for Natalie, though. She was blocked. From numbers I didn't recognize. Turns out Natalie had given my number to everyone at that dinner, telling them I'd promised to pay and then bailed. The messages range from guilt trips, "You ruined Delaney's birthday," to straight-up demands, "You owe me $96 for my meal." The best part? Natalie had to put the entire bill on her credit card, the one she's been maxed out on for months. The restaurant wouldn't let them leave without paying, obviously. She had to call her mom to temporarily transfer money. But here's where it gets interesting. Her friend Josie, who was at the dinner, actually DM'd me on Instagram with screenshots. Natalie had been in their group chat for weeks talking about how she was going to get me to pay for the whole dinner. Direct quote, "He won't say no in front of everyone. He's too worried about looking bad." There were more screenshots. Natalie bragging about the designer purse she was going to make me buy her for Christmas. How she convinced me to pay for her cousin's wedding gift, $300 cash. How she was working on getting me to co-sign a car loan because her credit was shot. Josie ended with, "I felt bad for you. She talks about you like you're an ATM. Thought you should know." I thanked Josie and saved every screenshot. Then things escalated. Natalie's mom called me. Not to apologize, but to demand I make this right. Apparently, Natalie told her I humiliated her in front of her friends, and now she's too embarrassed to show her face. Her mom actually said, and I quote, "A real man provides for his woman. What kind of future husband will you be?" I laughed. Couldn't help it. "Ma'am, your daughter tried to volunteer me to pay for 14 people's dinner without asking. A real woman doesn't ambush her partner with a $1,200 bill." She hung up on me. Then came the posts. Natalie went full nuclear on social media. Posted this sob story about how her narcissistic ex abandoned her at a restaurant with a huge bill, how I financially abuse her by making her pay with money she didn't have, how I'd been controlling her with money throughout our relationship. The comments were wild. Half her friends were backing her up, calling me trash. The other half were oddly quiet. Then Josie struck again. She commented, "Didn't you literally say in our group chat that you were going to make him pay for everyone?" Natalie deleted the post within an hour. Update 2. So Natalie's been having a rough time. And by rough, I mean karma came for her with a vengeance. Remember that $1,200 she had to put on her credit card? Well, it triggered an over-limit fee, then a late payment fee because she couldn't pay the minimum. Her interest rate jumped to 29.99% penalty APR. How do I know this? Because Delaney called me. Yeah, the birthday girl herself. "Look," she said, "I didn't know Natalie was planning to force you to pay. She told us all you'd offered. We ordered expensive stuff because we thought you were cool with it. I feel horrible." Delaney explained that Natalie had been hitting up everyone who was at the dinner for their portion of the bill. But here's the thing. Since they all thought I was paying, they went wild with ordering. Some people's portions were $150 to $200 each. They're refusing to pay that much. Natalie's been getting increasingly desperate. She showed up at her friend Brianna's workplace crying, demanding the $180 for her meal. Brianna's manager had to escort Natalie out. She threatened to take another friend, Antoine, to small claims court over his $95 portion. But the best part? Natalie's job at the boutique? She got fired. Not for the dinner thing, but because she'd been stealing inventory and selling it on Poshmark. The owner finally caught on when Natalie posted a dress that was literally still on display in the store window. The timing was just coincidental, but Natalie's convinced I somehow orchestrated it. She tried to file for unemployment, but got denied because she was fired for theft. She can't pay her rent. Her car got repossessed. Apparently, she was already 3 months behind. And her mom, who bailed her out with the dinner bill, is refusing to help. Anymore. Then last week, things got weird. I got a call from my credit card company about suspicious activity. Someone had tried to apply for a credit card in my name. 3 guesses who? Yep. Natalie had my SSN from when we talked about maybe moving in together, and I'd filled out a rental application. She tried to open cards with 3 different companies. Luckily, I'd already frozen my credit after we broke up. Josie warned me Natalie might try something, so nothing went through. I filed a police report. Identity theft is a felony. The detective called Natalie in for questioning. She broke down and admitted everything, claiming she was desperate and I owed her for the embarrassment I caused. The detective literally laughed and told her that's not how the law works. Update 3. The district attorney decided to prosecute. Natalie's looking at potential jail time for identity theft, though her lawyer, public defender, will probably get her a plea deal with probation. But that's not even the wildest part. Remember Josie, the friend who sent me screenshots? Well, she reached out again last week with a bombshell. Natalie had done this before. Exactly this. 2 years ago, with her ex, Terrell. Same playbook. Slowly stopped paying for anything. Then tried to force him to pay for her sister's bachelorette party dinner. When he refused, she accused him of financial abuse on social media. The difference? Terrell just blocked her and moved on. Didn't press charges when she keyed his car. Josie introduced me to Terrell virtually. This dude had stories. Natalie had stolen his PlayStation and sold it when he wouldn't buy her a new phone. Told his family he was abusive when he refused to pay her student loans. Used his credit card that he'd let her use once for gas to buy $800 worth of clothes. Claimed she was pregnant to try to get him back. She wasn't. Terrell's been with his now fiancée for a year, and they laugh about his bullet dodge with Natalie. He thanked me for actually holding her accountable. Meanwhile, Natalie's life continues to implode. She moved back in with her mom, who makes her pay rent. She's working at a call center, making $15 per hour. Still owes most of her friends money from the birthday dinner. They've all pretty much cut her off, except for 2 enablers who still think I'm the villain. Oh, and about that $1,200 dinner bill, with the interest and fees, she now owes the credit card company closer to $1,600. She's been making minimum payments of $35 a month. At that rate, it'll take her about 8 years to pay it off and cost her over $3,000 total. But here's my favorite part. Last weekend, I ran into Delaney and some of the people from that dinner at a bar. They invited me to join them. We had a great time, and when the bill came, everyone immediately pulled out their wallets to pay their share. Antoine actually said, After the birthday fiasco, we all agreed, separate checks forever. We laughed about it. They're calling it the dinner incident now. Apparently, it's become a cautionary tale in their friend group about not assuming someone else is paying. Final update. Natalie took a plea deal. 2 years probation, 100 hours community service, and she has to pay restitution for the costs I incurred protecting my credit. She also has a felony on her record now, which is going to make finding decent employment nearly impossible. Her mom reached out one last time, much more subdued. Apparently, Natalie's been in therapy and finally admitted she has a problem with money and entitlement. Too little, too late, but at least she's getting help. Her mom apologized for her initial reaction and said she understands now why I did what I did. I'm dating again. Nothing serious yet, but I went out with this girl Ramona last week. When the check came, she immediately pulled out her card for her half without me even asking. We're going out again this Friday. Oh, and Josie and I have become pretty good friends. Purely platonic, she's happily married. But she's part of my trivia team now, and she's savage at sport questions. Looking back, I probably stayed with Natalie too long. The red flags were there, but that dinner was the best $55 I ever spent. It cost me a toxic relationship and saved me from what could have been years of financial manipulation. To anyone reading this in a similar situation, you're not cheap for not wanting to pay for everyone. You're not selfish for protecting your finances. And you're definitely not wrong for standing up for yourself, even if it makes a scene. The entitlement some people have to others' money is wild. But the best part? When you stop enabling them, they actually have to face consequences for once. And based on those angry texts I got from Natalie's 2 remaining friends last week, apparently she tried to pull the same stunt at a brunch. She's still learning that lesson the hard way. It didn't mean anything. It was just a break. You're overreacting. If you loved me, you'd understand. She said after I discovered she'd slept with my friend during our pause and continued their affair for a month after we reconciled. So I understood and left. Now she's begging for forgiveness, and I feel nothing. Hey viewers, before we move on to the video, please make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you want to see more stories like this. Thanks. The smell of garlic and rosemary was supposed to be the only thing filling my head that night. I was following a new recipe, something fancy with chicken and lemon that Chloe had pinned weeks ago. A peace offering. Our break had officially been over for a month, and things felt fragile, but good. We were trying. Her iPad was on the kitchen counter, a sleek black rectangle beside a pile of discarded onion skins. My phone was dead, charging in the bedroom. The recipe was open on her device anyway. It was easier to just use hers. That was my first mistake. A notification slid onto the top of the screen as I was scrolling down to check the oven temperature. Ryan, missed that view. The message preview disappeared as quickly as it had come, leaving a cold, hard knot in my stomach. Ryan. My friend Ryan. Our friend, Ryan. The one who had bought us shots the night Chloe and I had officially called off our break. The one who had clapped me on the back and said, "Welcome back, brother. Knew you guys would figure it out." The pit in my gut told me that message wasn't about a sports game. My thumb hovered over the screen. This was the line. Do you cross it? Do you willingly shatter your own peace? But the chill was already spreading through my veins. The trust was already broken. I just didn't know the shape of the pieces yet. I tapped the message. iMessage opened. The thread with Ryan was long, but the most recent messages were from today. Ryan, you free later? Chloe can't. He's making some big dinner. Trying to be the perfect boyfriend again. Ryan, lame. Missed that view. Chloe, face-blowing kiss soon. I scrolled up. My heart wasn't pounding. It was beating a slow, dull, painful rhythm against my ribs. The messages got flirtier, more explicit. I kept scrolling, back through weeks, my hand feeling numb. Back to the dates that were seared into my memory. Back to the week of our break. It was her idea. A pause. She said she felt smothered, needed space to breathe, to think. I'd been devastated, but tried to be understanding. I gave her the space. I spent that week in a fog of misery, clinging to the hope that it was temporary. One night, my coworker, Sarah, had a few too many drinks at a team happy hour. She'd gotten close, put a hand on my arm, and said, "You're too good to be sitting around sad, Mark. She doesn't know what she's got." I gently removed her hand. "I appreciate it, Sarah, but no." I love Chloe. We're just paused. That was loyalty. That was love. Chloe's version of a pause was different. The messages from the first night of our break were right there on the screen. Chloe, he's gone. Staying at his brother's. Ryan, so it's really done? Chloe, for now, winking face, you gonna keep me company? Ryan, on my way. I felt physically ill. I scrolled faster through the mundane messages of their week-long affair, right up to the day she called me, her voice sweet and shaky, asking if we could try again. I'd rushed over, elated, thinking our love had conquered everything. The messages from that very day told a different story. Ryan, so are we done now that you're back with Mark? Chloe, we have to be more careful. I still need you. Ryan, smiling face with horns, I like careful. They had continued. For a month. In my home. In my bed, for all I knew. Every time I'd worked late. Every time she'd gone for drinks with the girls. It was all him. The timer on the oven beeped, a shrill, meaningless sound. The chicken was done. I stood there, staring at the screen, at the evidence of my own idiocy. The carefully chopped herbs, the sliced lemons, the meal I'd made to nurture a relationship that was already rotting from the inside out. It was all a joke. I heard her key in the door. Mark? Something smells amazing, she called out, her voice bright and false. I didn't move. I just waited, the iPad held loosely in my hand. She walked into the kitchen, smiling, dropping her purse on a chair. Her smile faltered when she saw my face. Hey, everything okay? Who's Ryan? I asked. My voice was calm. Too calm. It didn't sound like mine. Her face went through a rapid series of adjustments. Confusion, recognition, fear, and then, finally, defiance. What about him? I saw a message pop up. On your iPad. While I was using your recipe. I held it up. He misses the view. Her eyes widened for a split second before narrowing. You went through my messages? Mark, that's a huge invasion of privacy. I can't believe you'd do that. I almost laughed. The audacity was breathtaking. Yeah, that's the issue here. My invasion of privacy. We were on a break. The words exploded out of her, a pre-rehearsed defense. It was a technicality. It didn't mean anything. It meant enough for you to keep it going for a month after we got back together, I said, my tone still flat, devoid of the rage she was expecting. You lied to my face every single day. You are completely overreacting, she snapped, her voice rising, trying to overpower my quiet with her volume. It was just sex. What? You never thought about being with someone else. God, I needed to get it out of my system. If you loved me, you'd understand that. This is exactly why we needed the break in the first place. Your fucking insecurity. There it was. The masterpiece. She had cheated, lied, and betrayed me, and it was my fault. My insecurity. My failure to understand. I looked at her, really looked at her. The woman I'd loved, the woman I'd defended to my family, the woman I'd pictured a future with. She was a stranger, and an ugly one at that. The fight drained out of me, replaced by a cold, certain clarity. There was nothing here to save. There was no argument to win. You can't reason with a reality that someone is determined to twist. Okay, I said. The word hung in the air between us. It was so small, so simple. It wasn't angry. It wasn't sad. It was just final. Her smug, defensive posture wavered. She was braced for a war, and I'd just surrendered a battlefield she suddenly realized she didn't want to win. Wait, what? Okay, what does that mean? Mark, where are you going? I was already moving. I walked past her, into the living room, and picked up my laptop bag. I went to the hallway closet and grabbed the go bag I used for the gym. Wait, Mark, stop. We need to talk about this. Her voice was laced with panic now. She followed me, her heels clicking on the hardwood. You can't just leave. I stopped at the door, my hand on the knob. I turned and looked at her one last time. The dinner was burning. The apartment smelled like smoke and rosemary. I'll be back for the rest of my things tomorrow while you're at work, I said, my voice still eerily calm. Then I opened the door and walked out. I didn't slam it. I closed it softly, leaving her standing in the ruins of the life she'd blown up, completely silent behind me. The door clicked shut behind me, a soft, final sound that was louder than any slam could have been. I stood in the hallway for a moment, the weight of my laptop bag and gym duffel the only tangible things in a world that had just dissolved into smoke. I could hear nothing from the other side of the door. No screaming, no crying. Just a stunned, furious silence. I had denied her the drama she craved, and in doing so, I had taken all the power. I drove to my brother's apartment in a trance. The city lights blurred past. I replayed the conversation in my head, but not with pain, with a clinical detachment. Her words weren't weapons anymore. They were evidence. Evidence of her character. You're overreacting. It was just a break. Your insecurity. Each phrase was a bullet I had calmly stepped around. My brother, Ben, opened the door. He took one look at my face and the bag in my hand, and didn't ask stupid questions. Couch is yours, he said, stepping aside. You want a beer? Yeah, I said, my voice rough. Yeah, I do. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I sat on his couch, drank the beer, and told him the facts in a monotone. Chloe slept with Ryan during our break. Kept seeing him after we got back together. I found out. I left. Ben stared at me, his face a storm of anger he knew I couldn't feel yet. That son of a bitch. Both of them. What do you need? To not go back there while she's home tomorrow, I said. I need to get my stuff. I'll drive you, he said instantly. We'll get it done in an hour. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Then again, and again, a flurry of texts lit up the screen. Chloe, you can't just walk out like that. Chloe, we need to talk about this like adults. Chloe, you're being so immature. Chloe, are you really just going to ignore me? After everything? I didn't read them all. I went into my settings, found her name, and blocked her number. Then I blocked her on WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, everything. It wasn't an act of anger. It was administrative, like closing accounts for a business that had declared bankruptcy. The silence that followed was the most peaceful sound I'd heard in months. The next day, with Ben as a stoic, silent witness, I emptied my half of the life Chloe and I had built. It was surgical. Clothes, books, my vinyl collection, my toolbox. I left anything that held a memory of us. The framed photos, the silly mugs from vacations, the garish throw pillow she loved. I was carving my own shape out of the tumor that had been our relationship. I moved into a short-term lease apartment, a bland, beige box that smelled of clean carpet and nothing else. It was perfect. It held no ghosts. The first week was the hardest, but not in the way I expected. The pain wasn't a sharp stab. It was a deep, bone-aching numbness. I'd go to work, do my job, come home, and stare at the wall. I didn't have the energy for anything else. I was detoxing. I didn't talk about it. When mutual friends reached out with a hesitant, "Hey, are you okay?" Chloe said, "You guys." I'd shut it down. "We broke up. It's for the best. I don't really want to talk about it." I refused to give them her narrative. I started running, punishing miles along the river, where the rhythm of my feet on the pavement and the burn in my lungs drowned out the noise in my head. I'd come home exhausted, shower, and sleep a dreamless sleep. The clarity came slowly. In the quiet, I stopped hearing her voice telling me I was insecure. I started hearing my own, and my voice was calm. It said, "You were not insecure. You were betrayed. You were not lacking. You were loyal. Her actions are not a reflection of your worth, but of her own." The numbness began to thaw, not back into sadness, but into a solid, unshakable resolve. I was building a new life, brick by brick, and the foundation was made of self-respect. The news trickled in through the grapevine, from friends who were finally seeing the truth and felt guilty for initially believing her "he's just being insecure" spin. It started at a party I wasn't at. Mike, a good guy from our wider circle, told Ben about it later, his voice laced with disgust. Ryan, emboldened by his conquest and a few too many beers, was holding court by the keg. Mike overheard him bragging. "Yeah, man, it was too easy," Ryan slurred to a captive, uncomfortable audience. The second she said they were on a break, she was blowing up my phone. Couldn't get enough of it. Guess reliable Mark wasn't giving her what she needed. He laughed, a crude, ugly sound. Ditched Old Faithful for a real man. She's a wild one, I'll give her that. He didn't just imply they were together during the break. He boasted about the month after, too. He painted her as desperate, easy, and disloyal. He wasn't painting himself in a great light either, but he was too stupid and arrogant to see it. The mutual friends who heard it were horrified. They finally understood why I'd vanished. It wasn't insecurity, it was dignity. The women in the group, especially, were livid. They felt used. Chloe had cried on their shoulders about our rough patch, all while secretly sleeping with my friend. The fallout was swift and brutal. The friend group splintered. Most sided with me, not because I'd asked them to, but because Ryan's bragging and Chloe's deception were indefensible. She and Ryan were toxic pariahs. Their passionate affair imploded under the weight of reality. Without the secrecy and the illicit thrill, they had nothing. Ryan, having achieved his conquest, got bored and dropped her. He was already hitting on another girl in the group by the following weekend. Chloe was left completely alone, isolated, humiliated. The person she'd blown up her life for was a bragging jackass, and the person she'd left behind had quietly built a fortress of a life without her in it. Karma didn't need my help. It just needed the truth. And Ryan, in his infinite arrogance, had delivered it on a silver platter. The first attempt was a text from an unknown number. It came through on a Saturday morning while I was cleaning my apartment. Unknown number. Mark, it's Chloe. I'm so sorry. Ryan is a liar. He's twisting everything to make himself look good. Can we please talk? I miss you. I read it. I felt nothing. No anger. No sadness. No flicker of hope. It was just words on a screen from a stranger. I deleted the message and blocked the number. The second attempt came through a more direct channel. Her best friend, Jessica, the ringleader of her toxic squad. My phone rang that evening. Mark? Hey, it's Jessica. Her voice was artificially bright, laced with a condescending tone she'd always used with me. Jessica, I said, my voice flat. Look, I'm calling because I'm worried about Chloe. She's a mess. Like, a total wreck. I know things ended badly, but how could you just abandon her like that? It's been months, and you're just gone. It's cruel. I took a slow breath. Jessica, I repeated, my tone firmer, leaving no room for argument. My relationship with Chloe is over. It's not up for discussion. Please do not call me again. I didn't wait for her sputtered response. I hung up. The third attempt was the most desperate. A voicemail. Her voice was raw, choked with sobs, the carefully constructed facade completely gone. Mark? Oh God, Mark, please pick up. Everyone hates me. Ryan told everyone these horrible lies. They all think I'm some kind of slut. You have to talk to me. You have to tell them it wasn't like that. You're the only one who knows the truth. You're the only one who can fix this. Please. I have no one else. I'm so sorry. Please. The message ended with a broken sob. I stood in my clean, quiet kitchen and listened to the entire thing. I listened to the tears that weren't for me, but for her ruined reputation. The apology that wasn't for what she did, but for getting caught. I felt a distant pang of pity, quickly smothered by overwhelming indifference. I deleted the voicemail. I did not engage. The ghost of the man I was would have rushed to save her. The man I had become simply did not care. Months later, Ben convinced me to go to a barbecue at our friend Dave's place. The crew will be there, he said. The real crew. The ones who know what happened. It's time, man. You can't become a hermit. Reluctantly, I agreed. I'd been focusing on work, on my running, on my peace. The thought of socializing felt foreign, but maybe Ben was right. I was standing with Dave and a few others by the grill, laughing at a stupid story about a work trip, a cold beer in my hand. I was okay. I was actually having a good time. Then I saw her. Chloe looked diminished. She hovered near the edge of the patio, her shoulders hunched. She looked tired. She scanned the crowd, her eyes landing on me. They widened, and she started making a beeline straight for me, a determined, desperate look on her face. The conversation around me died down. Dave gave me a sympathetic glance. Mark, she said, her voice tight. Hi, can we talk? Just for 5 minutes. Please. I took a slow sip of my beer. Chloe, I acknowledged. She launched in, the words tumbling out in a rushed whisper. I've been through hell. You have no idea. Everyone turned on me. Ryan, he destroyed my life. He told everyone these stories. I looked at her, really looked. I saw the desperation, the need for validation, for absolution. I felt nothing. That's too bad, I said, my voice calm and even. She flinched like I'd slapped her. She expected anger, sympathy, something. Not this void. Aren't you going to say anything? She pleaded, her voice cracking. Aren't you sorry for me? We were together for 4 years. Doesn't that mean anything to you? You told me I was overreacting, I said, mirroring her words back to her with deadly precision. You told me it didn't mean anything. You told me if I loved you, I'd understand. So I understood. I paused, letting the weight of my indifference settle on her. I understood that we wanted different things. You wanted a break. I gave you a permanent one. Her face crumpled, then hardened. The mask of the victim slipped, revealing the anger beneath. The true colors. This isn't you, she hissed, her voice rising, drawing glances from people nearby. You're not this cold. Stop being an asshole and just forgive me. I said I was sorry. I looked at her, this angry, humiliated, irrelevant woman, and for the first time, a faint, pitying smile touched my lips. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile you give a toddler having a tantrum. Chloe, I said, my voice so quiet she had to lean in to hear it, cementing her defeat. You're not sorry you did it. You're sorry you got caught. You're sorry there were consequences. I took a final, slow sip of my beer and looked around at the friends, the life, the peace I had without her. And honestly, I said, meeting her eyes one last time, I'm not even sorry anymore. I'm just indifferent. Have a good life. I turned my back on her. I turned back to Dave and the grill. Sorry about that, man. So, where did you find this marinade recipe? The conversation slowly picked up again around me. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I heard the sharp, choked sound she made. I heard her footsteps retreating, quick and shaky, across the patio. I didn't watch her leave. She was already gone. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. What do you think about this story? Share it in the comments.
During an argument, she yelled, "My ex would have never treated me like this." I replied quietly, "You're right." Then I called her ex, explained the situation, and put them on speakerphone. He said, "That's because I knew when to walk away. Good luck, man." The silence was deafening. I, 29 male, can't believe I'm actually typing this out, but here we are. My girlfriend Gemma, 27, and I have been together for about 18 months. Living together for the last 6. Things started great. She was funny, ambitious, worked in event planning. I'm an accountant, pretty boring job but stable income. The red flags started small. She'd make these little comments comparing me to her ex, Dominic. Dom always knew the best restaurants. Dom would have gotten us better seats. Dom understood fashion. Always followed by, "But you're sweet," or some other backhanded consolation. I let it slide. Everyone has a past, right? But over the last few months, it escalated. Any disagreement turned into Dom would never. The thing is, she dumped him. Said he was emotionally unavailable. Yet somehow he became this gold standard I was constantly measured against. 3 days ago, we had an argument about household expenses. Context: I pay 70% of rent and utilities because I earn more. Fair enough. But she wanted me to also cover her car insurance because money is tight, while she just dropped $800 on concert tickets for her and her friends. I said no, calmly explained I'm not her ATM. That's when she exploded. Full volume, finger pointing, the works. Dom would have never treated me like this. He understood what it meant to take care of his woman. You're just cheap and pathetic. Something in me just shifted. Years of these comparisons, the entitlement, the manipulation, I went completely calm. "You're right," I said quietly. She stopped mid-rant, surprised. "What?" "You're right. Dom would never treat you like this." I pulled out my phone. See, Dom and I had actually met once at a mutual friends party after they broke up. Seemed like a decent dude. We'd connected on social media, never really talked, but I had his number. I called him, on speaker. "Hey Dom, it's Tom. We met at Rodriguez's party last year. I'm dating Gemma now." "Oh, hey man, everything okay?" He sounded cautious. "Yeah, quick question. Gemma says you'd never refuse to pay her car insurance on top of most of her living expenses. That true?" Long pause. Then he laughed. Not a happy laugh. "That's 'cause I knew when to walk away, man. Good luck." He hung up. The silence in our apartment was deafening. Gemma's face went from red to white to red again. You called my ex?" "You brought him up. Figured we should get his expert opinion." She started screaming about boundaries, privacy, how dare I, this is insane, manipulative, abusive even. The whole neighborhood probably heard. I just started packing her stuff. Update 1, didn't expect this to blow up. To answer some questions, yes, this is real. No, I don't think calling her ex was psycho. She'd literally been comparing me to him for months. Play stupid games, right? So after the call, I started putting her things in boxes. She tried everything. Screaming that I can't kick her out. I can. Lease is in my name only. crying about how I humiliated her, threatening to call the cops for what? Saying her friends would destroy me on social media. I just kept packing, calm as a cucumber, which seemed to make her madder. Then she switched tactics. Suddenly she's sobbing, apologizing, saying she didn't mean it, she loves me. Dom was terrible actually, please don't do this. I asked her one question. How much was your half of rent supposed to be this month? She couldn't answer. Because she hadn't paid her 30% share in 3 months. Always had an excuse, but somehow had money for girls' trips, concerts, new clothes. Told her she had until end of business day tomorrow to get her stuff. She could stay with her friend Chloe tonight. Called Chloe myself to confirm she could take her. Chloe was surprisingly understanding. Apparently this wasn't the first time. But here's where it gets really good. This morning, I get a call from her mother, Eleanor. This woman who I've met maybe 5 times starts laying into me. How dare I kick out her baby girl? Don't I know how sensitive Gemma is? Real men take care of their women financially. I'm probably gay if I can't handle a strong woman who knows her worth. I let her rant for a solid minute. Then, Eleanor, did Gemma tell you she hasn't paid rent in 3 months? That's not. She said you told her not to worry about it. Did she mention she spent $800 on concert tickets last week? She deserves to have fun. Did she tell you she's been comparing me to her ex for our entire relationship? Well, maybe you should be more like him. Ma'am, her ex literally told me he dumped her because of this exact behavior. Click, she hung up. 20 minutes later, Gemma's sister Fiona texts me a novel about how I'm a broke, dusty loser who can't handle a queen. And that I'll die alone with my calculator. I'm an accountant. The calculator joke was actually pretty funny. Update 2. The entitlement escalation has been absolutely wild. So Gemma came to get her stuff yesterday with a whole entourage, her mom Eleanor, sister Fiona, and 3 friends. They showed up in 2 cars like some kind of intervention squad. Eleanor immediately started, "Tom, we need to talk about this like adults." "Sure. Gemma owes me $2,400 in back rent. When can I expect payment?" The friends started chiming in. Relationships aren't about money. From Chloe, who I know for a fact makes her boyfriend pay for everything. You probably made her feel like she couldn't contribute. From Ashley, unemployed for 2 years. This is financial abuse. From Madison, who has never paid her own phone bill. While they're all arguing with me at the door, Gemma is inside grabbing her stuff. But apparently she decided some of my things were also hers. I caught her putting my Nintendo Switch in her box. That's mine. We used it together. It's ours. I bought it before we met. Put it back. You're being petty. Put it back. She threw it on the couch and called me a stingy a-hole. Then she tried to take the air fryer, the coffee maker, the good sheets. Even tried to grab my grandmother's cast iron pan that's literally been in my family for 60 years, claiming she seasoned it better. Each time I had to step in. Each time the peanut gallery at the door got louder about how I was emotionally abusing her by not letting her steal my stuff. The peak moment came when she went for my laptop, my work laptop. "Gemma, that's literally company property. I use it for Netflix. That's not how ownership works." Fiona shouted from the doorway, "Let her have something. You've taken everything from her." Like what? Her free housing? Her free utilities? Her personal chef and maid service? That shut them up for about 10 seconds. As they're loading the cars, Eleanor pulls me aside for one more attempt. "Tom, sweetheart, Gemma is going through a lot. She's sensitive. She needs stability. Can't you just forgive this little argument and let her come back?" "Eleanor, your daughter compared me to her ex for 18 months, stopped paying rent, and tried to steal my grandmother's pan. No, you'll never find another girl like her. That's literally the point. But the absolute peak entitlement came this morning. I get a Venmo request from Gemma for $1,800. The note, for emotional labor and household management. 18 months at $100 a month. Pay immediately or I'll take you to small claims." Emotional labor? She couldn't remember to buy toilet paper. I did all the cooking, all the cleaning, scheduled all the appointments. The only thing she managed was spending money we didn't have. I declined the request and sent her back a bill for $2,400 in unpaid rent, $400 in utilities, and $300 for the concert tickets she bought with my emergency credit card without asking. She blocked me, then unblocked me an hour later to send, "You're going to regret this. I'm going to make sure everyone knows what kind of man you really are." Cool. Screenshot saved. Update 3. The smear campaign started exactly as expected. Gemma went nuclear on social media, posting these long rants about emotional abuse, financial control, narcissistic behavior. The works. Some highlights from her posts. He isolated me from my support system. I encouraged her to go out with friends. He monitored every penny I spent. I asked her to pay 30% of rent. He turned my family against me. I told them the truth. He even called my ex to humiliate me. Okay, that one's true, but warranted. What she didn't expect. Dom commenting on one of her posts. "Gemma, this is the exact same story you told about me, and Brad before me. Maybe it's time for some self-reflection." The comments section exploded. Suddenly, Brad, the ex before Dom, appeared. "Wait, she told people I was financially controlling too? She lived with me rent-free for a year." Then some girl named Amy showed up. "Girl, you still owe me $600 from 2019. The post got deleted within an hour. But screenshots are forever, and her friends were texting me, laughing about it. But Gemma wasn't done. Oh no, she tried to get me fired. She called my company's HR department claiming I was harassing her and creating a hostile work environment. Problem is, we don't work together. We've never worked together. She doesn't even know what firm I work at. She thought I worked at one of the big four, but I work at a regional firm. She called the wrong company. My actual boss found out because the other firm called asking if we had an employee named Tom. It's a small industry people talk. He thought it was hilarious. Ex problems? Yeah, been there. Take Friday off, mental health day, paid. Then came the extinction burst. Learned that term from you guys. Last night, 2 a.m., banging on my door. It's Gemma, drunk with some new guy. She's crying, saying she misses me, she loves me, she made mistakes. New guy looks confused as hell. "Babe, you said we were going to your place. This is my place. I live here." "Tom, tell him." "Dude, she doesn't live here. She hasn't lived here for a week. She's using you for a ride." He looks at her, looks at me, looks back at her. "You said this was your ex-roommate." "He is." "Roommate?" "We dated for 18 months. She got kicked out for not paying rent and comparing me to her ex constantly. The guy's face was a journey. You said your ex was abusive." "He is. Look what he's doing." "What, not letting you into his apartment at 2 a.m.? She turned on him. "You're taking his side? You men are all the same." He just walked away, left her there. She started screaming at both of us, then just at me, then just at the universe in general. I called Chloe. "Come get your friend before I call the cops." While waiting, Gemma sat on my doorstep, alternating between sobbing about how her life is ruined and threatening to sue me for existence, I guess. "You destroyed everything. I have nothing. You have exactly what you brought to the relationship. Nothing. I gave you my best years. Gemma, you're 27, and we dated for less than 2 years. Relax." Chloe finally showed up, looking exhausted. "Gemma, come on. This is the 3rd time this week." "Third time?" Apparently she'd been doing this regularly, just usually I was asleep and didn't hear it. As Chloe is dragging her away, Gemma shouts one more thing. "Dom was twice the man you are." I couldn't help myself. Then why is he dating a yoga instructor named Bradley now? Dead silence. Even Chloe stopped walking. "What? Yeah, he's bi. Didn't you know? He's super happy now. Posted about their 6-month anniversary yesterday." She literally collapsed. Just sat on the ground processing this information. Chloe finally got her in the car, but not before mouthing, "Sorry" to me. Final update. So this is probably the last update because life has finally gotten back to normal-ish. The last few weeks have been illuminating. After the 2 a.m. incident, Gemma went completely silent for about a week. I thought maybe she'd finally gotten the message. Nope. Eleanor called me last week. Different energy this time. Tired, defeated. "Tom, what actually happened? I need the truth." Apparently, Gemma had moved back home and the mask had completely come off. She was treating her parents like servants, demanding money, refusing to look for work, and constantly ranting about how the world owed her better. I sent Eleanor screenshots of the Venmo request for emotional labor, the bills for unpaid rent, and the social media posts where Dom and Brad had called her out. Long silence. Then, oh my God, we created a monster, didn't we? That's above my pay grade, Eleanor. She told the same stories about them. We always believed her. We always took her side. Oh my God. She apologized profusely and mentioned they're requiring Gemma to get a job in therapy or move out. Good luck with that. But here's the twist that nobody saw coming, including me. Remember Dom? We've actually become friends, like genuine friends. After the whole social media disaster, he reached out to apologize for his snarky comment on the phone. Nah man, you were perfect. That timing was chef's kiss. I felt bad leaving you hanging, but honestly, when you called, I had war flashbacks. That woman is exhausting. We grabbed beers last week. Brad came too. It was like a support group for Gemma survivors. Brad brought a spreadsheet, he's an engineer, documenting all the money she'd borrowed/stolen from him. Dom had screenshots of her comparing him to Brad constantly when they dated. The patterns were identical. Brad summed it up perfectly. She doesn't want a partner. She wants a parent with benefits. We have a group chat now called Dodged Bullets. It's mostly memes and checking in on each other. Brad's engaged now. Dom's happy with Bradley. And me? I'm just enjoying having my apartment back, my finances in order, and my sanity intact. Gemma, from what I hear through the grapevine, is already dating someone new. Some guy from her gym who apparently has potential, translation, money. Chloe told me Gemma's already started the "my ex was abusive" narrative about me to him. The guy's name? Tom. Different Tom, but still. The jokes write themselves. His buddy already reached out to me on Instagram asking if the stories were true. I just sent him the screenshot of the Venmo request for emotional labor and said, "Good luck." He responded, "Jesus Christ." Yeah, buddy, run. As for me, I'm good. Better than good, actually. Started seeing someone new from my building's coffee shop. She actually insisted on splitting our first date bill. When I offered to pay, she said, "I'm an adult with a job, not a charity case." I might have fallen a little bit in love right there. She thinks this whole story is hilarious, Badu. Her favorite part was the calculator joke from Fiona. At least she was creative with the insults, she said. And final funny note, I ran into Chloe yesterday. Apparently Gemma tried to charge her rent to stay on her couch. Chloe kicked her out immediately. Even her most loyal friend has limits. The entitlement never ends with some people. But you know what? Not my circus. Not my monkeys anymore. To everyone who said I dodged a bullet, more like I dodged a nuclear missile. And to anyone dealing with their own Gemma, that comparison to their ex, that's not about you. It's manipulation, pure and simple. The second someone starts that game, remember what Dom said, know when to walk away. Peace out. I'm going to go enjoy my drama-free life with my calculator and my financially responsible girlfriend. P.S. Gemma, if you're reading this, and Chloe says you definitely are, Dom's boyfriend says hi. He also says you still owe him $40 from that double date you insisted on 2 years ago. Bradley remembers everything. She texted, "Oh, my male bestie will crash on your side of the bed." I replied, "Right." Then I purchased a studio across town month to month and sent her a sublease offer for the entire apartment. When she saw the market rent line, she suddenly remembered boundaries. I, 32 male, am a creature of habit and quiet. My life is an ordered system of spreadsheets at my data analytics job, carefully curated playlists for my commute, and a home environment that I've calibrated for maximum calm. My apartment isn't just a place I live. It's my sanctuary, the controlled environment where the variables of the outside world are silenced. I was here for 2 years before my girlfriend Corinne, 30, moved in a year and a half ago. And for a while, it worked. Her chaotic energy as a freelance event planner was a vibrant color splashed across my monochrome canvas. But slowly, imperceptibly at first, the splash became a spill. It started with small things. Her friends staying over without a heads up, leaving a trail of glitter and wine glasses. Her habit of borrowing my noise-canceling headphones for her calls and returning them with the battery dead right when I needed them to focus. Each instance was a tiny erosion of a boundary I never thought I'd have to explicitly state. I'd bring it up gently, and she'd laugh it off, calling me her adorably grumpy old man. Before kissing me, effectively ending the conversation without resolution. The frog in the slowly boiling water. That was me. Her male best friend, Julian, was the embodiment of this boundary dissolution. He was a perpetually between-gigs musician who viewed our apartment as his personal crash pad, kitchen, and lounge. His presence meant my preferred quiet evening of reading was replaced by him strumming his guitar off-key on my couch, helping himself to the craft beer I'd been saving for the weekend. I tolerated him for Corinne's sake, but my tolerance was a finite resource, and the data showed it was trending towards zero. The final, fatal crack in the foundation of my patience came via text message on a Wednesday afternoon. I was deep in a complex data model, finally achieving that flow state where the world fades away. My phone buzzed. Corinne, hey babe, Sue, Julian's gig got canceled last minute and his flight back home isn't for another few days. He's gonna crash with us. Is it cool if he takes your side of the bed? I just know you hate being woken up and he moves around a lot, so it's easier if I'm on the outside. He'll be there when you get home. So I read it once, then twice, my side of the bed. Not the couch, which he had used dozens of times. Not an air mattress. My side of the bed. The space where I slept, recharged, and existed in my most vulnerable state. It was presented not as a question, but as a logistical notification. A decision had been made about my personal space, without my input, and the solution involved me being erased from my own bed. The casual, smiley face and so felt like twists of the knife, a cheerful garnish on a dish of profound disrespect. A strange calm washed over me. It wasn't anger, not yet. It was the cold, hard click of a switch flipping in my brain. The emotional noise vanished, replaced by pure, crystalline logic. The data was in, the model was complete, and the conclusion was irrefutable. This wasn't a partnership anymore. I was a resource. My home was a hotel. My bed was a spare cot. I looked at her text for a full minute. Then I typed my reply. Me right? I put my phone on silent, face down on my desk. I pulled up a new browser tab. I didn't search for couples counseling or articles on setting boundaries. I searched for month-to-month furnished studio apartments. My criteria were simple: immediate availability, no long-term commitment, and far enough away that it felt like a clean break. By the time I left work, I had digitally signed a lease on a small, clean studio in a modern building across town. It was an overpayment, a ridiculous expense on my budget, but the month-to-month terms were perfect. It was a triage center, an escape pod. I went home, but not to my home. I went to the new studio. The key was in a lockbox as promised. I walked in. It smelled of fresh paint and disinfectant. It was sterile, empty, and blessedly, beautifully mine. I spent the next 2 hours in a state of clinical focus. I drove to my apartment. Corinne's car was there, and so was Julian's beat-up hatchback. Perfect. They were settled in. I used my key, slipped inside as quietly as possible, and went straight to my home office. I packed my work laptop, my backup hard drives, my passport, and a few other essential documents into my briefcase. I grabbed a duffel bag from the closet and filled it with a week's worth of clothes, toiletries, and the charging cables for all my devices. I took one last look around. My custom-built oak bookshelf, a piece I'd spent months designing and constructing, stood against the wall. It was my proudest creation, a physical manifestation of my love for order and craft. I felt a pang of loss for it, for everything it represented. Then I walked out, locking the door behind me. Back at the studio, I sat on the unfamiliar mattress and began to type an email to Corinne. I was a data analyst. I dealt in facts and figures. The situation had become emotional and chaotic, so my response had to be the opposite. It had to be a clear, undeniable, and impersonal business proposition. Subject: offer to sublease, our apartment address. Corinne, per your text today, it's clear our housing needs have diverged. I have secured alternative, temporary accommodation for myself effective immediately. This email serves as a formal offer for you to sublease the entire apartment at address for the remainder of my lease term. As you know, the lease is solely in my name. The terms are as follows: 1 monthly rent, $2,850. This is the current fair market rate for a similar unit in our building, which is the standard for a sublease agreement. 2. Security deposit, $2,850, required prior to the signing of the sublease agreement. 3. Utilities, You will be required to transfer all utilities, electricity, internet, gas into your name within 5 business days of signing. 4. Leaseholder responsibility. As the primary leaseholder, I will continue to remit payment to the property management, funded by your payment to me. You will be responsible for adhering to all building rules and regulations. Please let me know if you accept these terms by Friday at 5 p.m. If you accept, I will have a formal sublease agreement drafted for your signature. If you decline, I will require you and any guests to vacate the premises within 15 days so I can make other arrangements for the property. I believe this provides you with a clear path forward. Leo. I hit send. My hands were perfectly steady. I turned my phone off and went to sleep in a strange bed in a strange room, and for the first time in months, I wasn't worried about being woken up. Update 1. The silence lasted for 17 hours. It was a blissful, uninterrupted stretch of quiet that I hadn't realized I was so desperately craving. I woke up in the studio, made a cup of instant coffee, and worked remotely. It wasn't until around lunchtime the next day that I decided to turn my phone back on. It was like setting off a digital car alarm. A cascade of notifications flooded the screen. 23 missed calls from Corinne, 8 from Julian, 4 from her mom, Marla. The text scrolled like a real-time feed of her dawning horror. Yesterday, 8 p.m. Where are you? Julian and I ordered pizza. Okay, not funny. I saw your email. Is this some kind of joke? A really, really bad one? $2,850. Are you insane? The rent is $2,100. You're trying to profit off me. Today, tenant. Pick up your phone, you coward. You can't just kick me out. I have rights. Julian looked it up. My mom is calling you. You better answer. She knows a lawyer. The sheer velocity of the entitlement was breathtaking. The immediate leap to her rights as a guest in my home. The accusation of me profiting off her, as if I owed her a subsidized lifestyle. The deployment of her mother as a threat. My phone started ringing again. It was Corinne. I took a deep breath and answered, putting it on speaker. Finally, she shrieked. There was no hello, just pure, incandescent rage. What is wrong with you? You sent me a landlord email? What is this, Leo? It's exactly what it says it is, Corinne, I said, my voice even. It's a formal offer. An offer? It's an eviction notice, and you're trying to scam me on the rent. We pay $2,100. Correct, I pay $2,100. That's the preferential rate I received for signing a 2-year lease and having an excellent rental history. The market rate for a new 1-year lease or a sublet is $2,850. I checked. It's not personal, it's just the market. I could almost hear the gears grinding in her head as she struggled to process this. But I'm your girlfriend. You can't charge me market rate. The terms of our relationship appear to be under review, I said coolly. You made it clear my presence in my own bed was negotiable. So I've made our living arrangements negotiable. You have until Friday at 5. This is about Julian, isn't it? You're this insecure? He's my best friend. It was just for a few nights. It was about being notified that I no longer had a claim to my own side of the bed. It was the final data point in a very long trend line, Corinne. The decision is made. There was a muffled sound and then Julian's voice came on the line. Bro, for real? This is messed up. Corinne is in tears. You're gonna make her homeless over a misunderstanding? Hello, Julian, I said, my voice dropping a notch. Does this mean you're offering to co-sign the sublease with her? With your stable income? Or are you just enjoying the free accommodation while it lasts? Silence. Then Corinne was back, sobbing now. Leo, please, just come home. We can talk about this. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Julian can sleep on the couch. Just come home. It was the apology of a child who got caught, not someone who understood the transgression. The offer stands, Corinne. I won't be coming home. Let me know your decision by the deadline. I hung up. My next call was to my building's property management office. I explained I was considering subletting and wanted to understand the process. They confirmed everything. My right as sole leaseholder, the required credit and background check for any subletter, and the current market rate. The dirty tricks started that evening. A text from a mutual friend, Anya. Anya, hey Leo, just talked to Corinne. She's a mess, said you two had a fight and you just disappeared. Is everything okay? She's really worried you're having some kind of mental health crisis. The narrative was being spun. I wasn't a man enforcing a boundary. I was the unstable boyfriend. Hey Anya, appreciate you checking in, I'm fine. Corinne and I are having a significant disagreement about our living situation. I'm not having a crisis, I'm just handling it privately. The next day, Thursday, an email from Marla landed in my inbox, a masterclass in passive aggression. My heart is breaking for you both. To treat Corinne, who adores you, with such cold corporate language is deeply concerning. Don't let a moment of anger destroy something so beautiful. They were a united front of emotional manipulators. They thought this was a negotiation. It wasn't. Friday came. At 4:58 p.m., an email from Corinne arrived. Subject, offer to sublease fine. I'll stay. I can't believe you're doing this. This doesn't mean we're broken up. We are going to fix this. I'll get the money for the deposit from my mom. Send me the papers. I read the email. No apology, no accountability, and a chilling assertion that our relationship was still on the table. Phase 1 was complete. I forwarded her the building's official application forms. Now, the real battle would begin. Update 2. The first sign of trouble came 3 days after Corinne agreed to the sublease. The application form I sent her required proof of income, a credit check authorization, and references. Instead of the completed forms, I received a text. Corinne, this is ridiculous. You know my income. And a credit check? You're my boyfriend, not a stranger. Just tell the landlord I'm approved. You can vouch for me. The assumption that I would or even could circumvent the formal process was staggering. She saw rules as suggestions, things that applied to other people. Corinne, this is the building management's standard procedure for any subletter. It's not my rule. I can't vouch for you. They need the completed application to proceed. The deadline to submit it to them is this Friday. Her response was a string of angry emojis. Meanwhile, Julian was still there. I knew because a neighbor, an older gentleman named Mr. Henderson, who I occasionally chatted with, sent me a text about loud music coming from the apartment past 11 p.m. She was testing my resolve. Then came the attack on something deeply personal. I got another text from Corinne on Wednesday night. Corinne, OMG, I am so sorry. I was watering the new fiddle leaf fig Julian brought over as a housewarming gift and I tripped. Some water spilled on your big wooden bookshelf. I wiped it up right away. It should be fine. My blood ran cold. A housewarming gift? For a home she was being forced to pay market rate for? This wasn't an accident. It was a message. A petty, destructive little jab to let me know she could still hurt things I cared about. The last vestige of sentimentality I held for her evaporated. This was no longer just about enforcing a boundary. This was about protecting myself and my property from a hostile occupant. My response was immediate and methodical. First, I replied to Mr. Henderson, encouraging him to file formal complaints with management going forward, explaining it would be helpful. Next, I drafted a new email to Corinne, attaching the building's official rules with the sections on noise and property damage highlighted. Subject, urgent, lease compliance and property damage. Corinne, I have been notified of repeated noise complaints. Any fines will be your sole responsibility. Furthermore, regarding your text about the bookshelf, please send me detailed, high-resolution photos of the affected area immediately. The security deposit will be used to cover any and all repairs required due to negligence. If the cost of repair exceeds the deposit, I will pursue the remainder in small claims court. Finally, I am still awaiting your completed sublease application. Your continued occupancy is contingent on its approval. If management does not receive it by Friday at 5 p.m., I will be forced to rescind the offer and begin formal eviction proceedings. This is not a negotiation. The photos she sent back were blurry, but I could see it. A faint but definite cloudy ring on the second shelf. My stomach tightened with a cold fury. The predictable call from Marla came that evening. Leo, she began, I am shocked. You're threatening my daughter with eviction and accusing her of destroying your things over a tiny water spill. She is trying her best in a horrible situation you created. Marla, I said, my patience gone. Your daughter is an unauthorized occupant in my apartment who is violating noise ordinances and has damaged my property. The horrible situation was created when she decided my bed was a suitable place for her friend. This is the last time I will discuss this with you. I hung up. Friday arrived. At 5:30 p.m. I received an email from the property manager. Corinne's application was incomplete. The proof of income and credit check sections were blank. It was a game of chicken. She was trying to create a bureaucratic limbo, occupying the space without ever meeting the requirements. She thought she was being clever. I drafted a notice to cure or quit using a state-approved legal template. It stated, in no uncertain terms, that she had 3 business days to cure the deficiencies in her application or quit the premises. Failure would result in me filing for a formal eviction. I attached the screenshot of the property manager's email as Exhibit A. I sent it to her email and, for good measure, printed a copy, drove to the apartment, and taped it securely to the front door. As I stood in the hallway of my own building, taping an eviction notice to my own door, I didn't feel sad. I felt a grim sense of purpose. Final update. It has been 3 months since I taped that notice to my door. The silence in my apartment right now is absolute, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator. It's my silence, in my space. The notice to cure or quit was the bombshell that finally made Corinne understand this wasn't a relationship spat, it was a legal proceeding. A predictable flurry of texts oscillating between tearful pleading and furious threats followed. I didn't reply to a single one. I screenshotted everything and saved it to a dedicated folder. She missed the 3-day deadline. On the 4th day, I paid the filing fee and officially filed for a formal eviction in housing court. She probably imagined a dramatic courtroom scene. What she got was a summons to a dry, procedural hearing in a drab municipal building. At the hearing, she and Marla showed up dressed for a funeral. Corinne tried to tell the mediator a sob story about our loving relationship and how I had a sudden breakdown. Then it was my turn. I didn't speak about my feelings. I simply presented the data. The lease agreement, solely in my name. The text message from her, notifying me she was giving my bed to her friend. My formal, written offer to sublease the apartment. Her written acceptance of the offer. The email from property management showing her incomplete application. A copy of the notice to cure or quit and proof of delivery. The noise complaint email from Mr. Henderson and the photos of the damaged bookshelf. The tired-looking mediator looked at Corinne. "Ma'am," she said, "he provided you with a perfectly legal and reasonable path to remain in the residence. You accepted the offer and then failed to meet its basic requirements. He is well within his rights." The case was decided in my favor. The court issued an order granting Corinne 14 days to vacate. Julian, unsurprisingly, had vanished the moment court papers were served. The move-out day was tense. I arranged with the landlord to be there, along with a building security guard, to supervise. I didn't want any false accusations of theft. As she carried out her last box, sobbing for show, she whispered, "I can't believe you've become this heartless monster." "I'm not a monster, Corinne," I replied, my voice devoid of emotion. "I'm just the landlord now, and you were a bad tenant." After they were gone, I walked back into my apartment. It was a disaster, but it was quiet. It was mine. I spent the next week methodically reclaiming the space. I hired professional cleaners, I spackled and repainted the scuffed walls, and then I turned my attention to the bookshelf. The water stain was as bad as I had feared. I spent an entire weekend carefully sanding down the entire shelf, starting with a coarse grit and working my way down to an ultra-fine one. I reapplied the tung oil layer by layer, rubbing it into the grain until the oak glowed with its original warmth. The stain was gone. The bookshelf looked better than new. It was a scar that had been healed. I deducted the cost of the cleaning and repair materials from her original security deposit. I sent her a check for the remaining balance of $87.50 along with an itemized list. I heard through the grapevine she had to move back in with her parents. Her grand city adventure, subsidized by me, was over. The revenge wasn't in the eviction notice. It was in the quiet, methodical restoration of my life. It was in sanding down the physical mark of her disrespect until it was gone. It was in the silence of my reclaimed sanctuary. She thought she could take over my space with a casual text. She learned that every action has a consequence, and that the person who controls the lease controls the home. She wanted a dramatic, emotional confrontation. Instead, I just changed the terms of service, and she couldn't afford the new price.
I'm Maggie, 35, a tech executive who climbed from poverty to success through sheer determination. After years of saving, I finally purchased my dream oceanfront villa in Malibu for $5 million. I was just settling in when my phone rang. It was my sister Amanda, her voice dripping with entitlement. "We're on our way to you. There will be 11 of us. Prepare beds, towels, slippers, food. We'll be staying for 3 weeks. We'll be there in 30 minutes, so hurry up." I smiled, remembering our complicated history. Before I tell you what happened next, drop a comment letting me know where you're watching from, and subscribe to hear how I handled this situation that would change our relationship forever. Growing up in a small Minnesota town wasn't easy for our family. My parents worked multiple jobs just to keep food on the table and a roof over our heads. Despite their financial struggles, they always seemed to find extra resources for Amanda, my sister, who is 4 years younger than me. While I understood a younger child sometimes needs more attention, the disparity in how we were treated was impossible to ignore. From the moment Amanda was born, she became the center of our family universe. When I needed new school supplies, I was told to be frugal and make do with what I had from the previous year. Meanwhile, Amanda received brand new everything from colorful backpacks to the latest trendy clothes. My parents justified this by saying that Amanda was more sensitive and needed extra support to thrive. By 16, I was working 2 part-time jobs after school, one at the local grocery store stocking shelves and another babysitting for our neighbors on weekends. Every dollar I earned went toward my college fund because my parents had made it clear that they couldn't help me. "You're so smart and capable, Maggie," my mom would say. "You'll figure it out." Meanwhile, they started a separate college fund for Amanda when she was still in elementary school. The pattern of Amanda taking my things without permission began when we were children. I would save up for weeks to buy a special bracelet or book, only to find it in Amanda's room, often broken or damaged. When I complained to my parents, their response was always the same. "She looks up to you. Can't you share with your little sister?" One particular incident stands out in my memory. I had saved for 6 months to buy a beautiful silver necklace with a small sapphire pendant. I wore it exactly twice before it disappeared. When I found it in Amanda's jewelry box, the pendant was missing. She had removed it to put on one of her dolls, which she then lost. My parents suggested I should be flattered that Amanda admired my taste. No replacement was ever offered. College was a struggle. I attended the state university, taking a full course load while working 30 hours a week at a campus cafe and another 15 hours as a research assistant. I survived on ramen noodles and free coffee from my job, often going to bed hungry so I could afford textbooks. Amanda, however, was sent to a private college with a full parental financial support package. She joined a sorority, went on spring break trips to Cancun, and never worked a day during her 4 years of education. After graduation, I took an entry-level position at a tech startup in Minneapolis. The pay was terrible, but the potential for growth was there. I worked 80-hour weeks, volunteering for every project, arriving first and leaving last. My boss noticed my dedication, and within 18 months, I was promoted to team leader. When a larger tech company in San Francisco offered me a position with double the salary, I knew I had to take it. My parents were surprisingly unsupportive. "Why would you move so far away?" my father questioned. "What about family?" The subtext was clear. "What about being available for Amanda whenever she needs you?" Moving to California was the best decision I ever made. Away from my family's dynamics, I flourished. I continued my pattern of hard work and dedication, climbing the corporate ladder rapidly. Each promotion came with new responsibilities and higher pay. I lived frugally, sharing an apartment with 2 roommates, even when I could afford my own place, saving every penny possible. My contact with family became limited to obligatory holiday calls and the occasional birthday text. Each conversation followed the same pattern: brief inquiries about my life, followed by lengthy updates about Amanda's latest adventures, usually funded by my parents. She changed careers 3 times each, requiring new education paid for by my increasingly financially stretched parents. After 15 years of strategic career moves and disciplined saving, I finally had enough for a down payment on my dream home. The oceanfront villa in Malibu cost $5 million, a staggering sum that represented every sacrifice I had made. The day I signed the papers, I cried tears of joy and pride. No one from my family was there to share the moment. The villa became my sanctuary. 3 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Pacific Ocean, a gourmet kitchen where I was teaching myself to cook, and a small infinity pool that seemed to merge with the ocean horizon. I spent weeks carefully selecting each piece of furniture, each artwork, creating the perfect peaceful environment I had always dreamed of. Just a week before Amanda's call, I had finally finished decorating the last room. My home office, positioned to capture the sunset over the water, was my favorite space. I had splurged on a handcrafted desk made from reclaimed wood and a buttersoft leather chair where I could work comfortably for hours. The house truly felt like mine, a physical manifestation of my journey from that struggling girl in Minnesota to the successful woman I had become. After 15 years of nonstop work, I had finally allowed myself 2 weeks of vacation to settle into my new home. I was exhausted from the years of sacrifice and dedication. The peace and solitude of my oceanfront villa were exactly what I needed to recharge. I had plans to spend my days reading books on my private beach section, swimming in the ocean, and finally learning to make proper sourdough bread in my new kitchen. Then my phone rang, and Amanda's name appeared on the screen. Maggie. Guess what? Amanda's voice burst through my phone speaker without even a hello. Her tone carried that familiar excitement that usually preceded asking for a favor. Hi, Amanda. What's going on? I replied, walking toward my deck to enjoy the ocean view while we talked. It had been at least 3 months since our last conversation. We're on our way to you. There will be 11 of us total. Prepare beds, towels, slippers, and plenty of food. We'll be staying for 3 weeks. We'll be there in about 30 minutes, so hurry up. She spoke rapidly, her voice bubbly with excitement. I nearly dropped my coffee mug. Wait, what, Amanda? You can't just show up with 10 other people without asking me first. Who is even coming with you? Amanda's tone instantly shifted from excitement to irritation. My friends from college, obviously. We've been planning this trip for ages. I told them all about your beach mansion. It's not a mansion, Amanda. And you never mentioned anything about this to me. I can't just have 11 people stay here for 3 weeks with no notice. I tried to keep my voice calm and reasonable. Oh my God, Maggie, don't be so selfish. You have this huge house all to yourself. What's the big deal about sharing? It's not like you're using all those rooms. The dismissive way she waved away my objection was audible in her voice. That's not the point. You need to ask before making plans that involve my home. I have work commitments, appointments, and… Amanda cut me off. Work, work, work. That's all you ever think about. This is family, Maggie. I already promised everyone a luxury vacation at my rich sister's beach house. We're all excited about it. Don't ruin this for me. My stomach tightened. Your rich sister's beach house, Amanda? This is my home that I worked for 15 years to afford. It's not a vacation property for you and your friends. There was a pause before Amanda's voice dropped to a conspiratorial tone. Look, I might have shown them some pictures of the place on Instagram and made it seem like I partly own it. They think I'm letting them use our family vacation home. You can't make me look bad in front of them. You did what? My voice rose in disbelief. Those pictures were from the real estate listing. I never gave you permission to share them, let alone claim ownership. Whatever, it's done now. Anyway, we need the fridge stocked with premium vodka and champagne. Lisa is gluten-free. Tyler is vegan, and Jordan only eats organic. Make sure you have options for everyone. Oh, and we want to do beach bonfires every night, so get that set up. I was speechless for a moment, trying to process the audacity of her demands. Amanda, no. This isn't happening. You can't bring 10 people to stay at my house without permission. You need to call your friends right now and tell them there's been a misunderstanding. Don't be ridiculous, she scoffed. We're already on the road. I rented 3 SUVs for everyone and all our stuff. We've been driving for hours. That's not my problem. I insisted, feeling my resolve strengthen. You made these plans without consulting me. I'm not available to host 11 people for 3 weeks. You need to find alternative accommodations. Like what hotels in Malibu cost a fortune, we can't afford that. Her voice was rising, taking on the whiny quality I remembered from childhood when she didn't get her way. Again, not my problem. You should have thought about accommodations before promising your friends a free stay at a place that isn't yours. I can't believe you're being so selfish, Amanda was nearly shouting now. After everything our family has done for you. I had to suppress a bitter laugh. What exactly has our family done for me, Amanda? I put myself through college. I built my career without any help. I saved for 15 years to buy this house. Oh, here we go with the poor Maggie routine. You always act like such a victim. Mom and Dad gave you everything growing up. The conversation was rapidly deteriorating. Amanda, this isn't about our childhood. This is about you making plans to invade my home without asking. The answer is no. Fine. I'll tell Mom and Dad how selfish you're being. They'll be so disappointed that you won't help your only sister. Is that really what you want? The familiar guilt tactic. I had seen it deployed countless times before. You're 31 years old, Amanda. Running to Mom and Dad because I won't let you and 10 friends crash at my house uninvited is ridiculous. You know what? We're coming anyway, she declared defiantly. Once we're at your front door, you won't turn us away. You never could say no to me in person. My heart was pounding, but a strange calm was also settling over me. Amanda, listen to me carefully. Do not come to my house with 10 people expecting to stay. You will not be admitted. I will not open the gate. We'll see about that, she said with smug confidence. We need at least 7 bedrooms. Your office can be converted to a bedroom for Lisa and Tyler. They're a couple, so they can share. Make sure the pool is clean. And we'll need beach towels for everyone, not just regular bath towels. Preferably those oversized Turkish cotton ones. The entitlement was breathtaking. Amanda, I'm serious. Do not come here. 30 minutes, Maggie. Have snacks ready when we arrive. We're starving. And with that, she hung up, not giving me a chance to object further. I stood on my deck phone, still in hand, looking out at the peaceful ocean that suddenly felt anything but peaceful. My mind was racing. This was the same pattern that had played out my entire life. Amanda making unreasonable demands, me initially objecting, then eventually giving in to keep the peace. But something felt different this time. This was my home, my sanctuary, that I had worked so hard to create. The thought of 11 people invading it for 3 weeks, treating it like a free resort, while I played maid and cook, made my blood boil. The audacity of Amanda showing my house to her friends and claiming partial ownership crossed a line I couldn't ignore. For the first time in our relationship, I felt something stronger than the guilt and obligation that usually drove me to compliance. I felt resolve. This was my house bought with my money, and I had every right to decide who stayed in it. With newfound determination, I picked up my phone again. It was time to make some calls. As I stood on my deck, the enormity of what was about to happen hit me full force. This wasn't the first time Amanda had steamrolled over my boundaries, but it was certainly the most egregious example. My mind flashed back through a lifetime of similar incidents, Amanda borrowing my car without asking in high school and returning it with an empty gas tank, Amanda wearing my new dress to her college interview and spilling coffee all over it, Amanda giving my phone number to telemarketers when they asked for hers. Each time I had given in, each time I had swallowed my anger and resentment for the sake of family peace, each time my parents had sided with her, telling me I needed to be more generous, more understanding, more forgiving. She's your little sister, they would say, as if that explained and excused everything. But this was different. This wasn't a borrowed item or a small inconvenience. This was my home, my sanctuary, the physical embodiment of 15 years of sacrifice and hard work. The thought of Amanda and 10 strangers treating it like their personal resort while I catered to their needs made something snap inside me. I called Taylor, my best friend since college, and the person who knew me better than anyone. She answered on the second ring. "You're not going to believe what Amanda just did," I said, and proceeded to tell her about the call. Taylor's reaction was immediate and forceful. "Absolutely not. Maggie, you cannot let this happen. This is insane, even for Amanda." I know, I agreed. But she's already on her way. What do I actually do when 11 people show up at my gate, expecting to be let in? "You don't let them in," Taylor said simply. "This is your house. You get to decide who enters it." But the fallout with my family will be temporary and probably healthier in the long run. Taylor finished for me. "Maggie, you've been letting Amanda walk all over you your entire life. This isn't just about this one incident. This is about setting a boundary that should have been set years ago." She was right, and deep down I knew it. "Okay," I said, feeling a strange mix of anxiety and relief. "I'm going to stand my ground." "Good. Now let's think strategically about this. You don't want this turning into a scene that ends up on social media or with the police being called." Together we formulated a plan. First, I called my security company. My villa was in a gated community with additional security features I had installed when I moved in. I updated them about the situation, making it clear that I was not expecting any guests and did not authorize entry for a group of 11 people arriving in 3 SUVs. Next, I texted my neighbor Harold, a retired judge who lived in the villa next door. Harold and I had bonded over our shared love of gardening, and he had become something of a mentor to me. I briefly explained the situation and asked if he would be willing to be a witness if things escalated. His response was immediate. "I'll be home all day. Call if you need me." I took out my journal and documented the entire phone call with Amanda, while it was still fresh in my memory, including timestamps and as many verbatim quotes as I could remember. Then I set up my phone to record any future conversations. California is a two-party consent state for recordings, so I knew I would need to inform Amanda she was being recorded, but having an accurate record felt important. As I moved through these practical steps, I felt a heavy weight of guilt pressing down on me. Years of family conditioning had taught me that my role was to accommodate Amanda's needs and whims, to be the responsible one, the one who made sacrifices. Was I overreacting? Was I being selfish? I sat on my couch watching the waves crash against the shore and thought about the final straw incident from 5 years ago. Amanda had called me desperate because her car had broken down and she needed to get to a job interview. Could she borrow my car for just a few hours? Against my better judgment, I had agreed. 3 days later, after dozens of unreturned calls and texts, Amanda finally contacted me. My car had been in an accident. She hadn't been driving, though. She had loaned my car to a friend of hers who didn't have insurance. The damage was extensive, and since it was being driven by an unauthorized, uninsured driver, my insurance wouldn't cover it. The repair bill came to over $8,000, which Amanda promised to pay back in installments. I never saw a single dollar. When I brought it up at Christmas that year, my parents suggested I let it go for the sake of family harmony. That was the moment I decided to accept the job offer in San Francisco and move away from the toxic family dynamics that had defined my life. Now, sitting in my beautiful oceanfront villa, I realized that I had physically moved away, but I had never truly escaped. I was still allowing Amanda's needs to take precedence over my own. I was still the obedient daughter and self-sacrificing sister, even from hundreds of miles away. Not anymore. I stood up feeling a new resolve solidify within me. This wasn't just about protecting my home from an invasion of uninvited guests. This was about reclaiming my life, my choices, and my right to set boundaries. I walked through my house, making sure all valuable or sentimental items were secured. I activated the security cameras that covered the entrance gate and front door. I put my important documents and jewelry in the safe. Not that I expected theft exactly, but Amanda's friends were strangers to me and I had no idea what might happen when they were denied entry. The doorbell camera alerted me that someone was approaching the gate. Taking a deep breath, I went to face what was coming, feeling more prepared and determined than I had ever been in my dealings with my sister. Exactly 28 minutes after Amanda's call, 3 large black SUVs pulled up to my security gate. Through the camera feed on my phone, I watched as people began pouring out, stretching, and taking selfies in front of my home. There were indeed 11 of them, including Amanda, all in their early 30s, dressed in expensive resort wear and oversized sunglasses. The amount of luggage they began unloading was staggering, as if they were moving in rather than visiting. I stepped outside and walked down my driveway toward the gate, stopping about 10 feet back. I wanted to have this conversation face to face, but I also wanted the security barrier between us during the initial confrontation. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I was determined to stand my ground. Amanda spotted me and waved enthusiastically. "Maggie, come open the gate. We've been driving forever and need to use the bathroom." I crossed my arms and stood my ground. "Amanda, I told you not to come. I'm not prepared to host 11 people for 3 weeks. You need to find other accommodations." Amanda's smile faltered, then returned with forced brightness. "Very funny. Now seriously open up. We're all exhausted and hungry." A tall man in designer swim trunks and a linen shirt approached the gate next to Amanda. "So this is your famous sister, the tech executive." He looked me up and down as if assessing a purchase. "Your place is even more amazing than the pictures. Can't wait to see the view from that infinity pool." "I'm sorry, but there seems to be a misunderstanding," I said, clearly addressing the group, rather than just Amanda. "I wasn't informed about this visit until 30 minutes ago. I'm not prepared to host guests, especially not 11 people for 3 weeks." There was an awkward silence as the group exchanged glances. A woman with sleek blonde hair stepped forward. "Amanda, you said your sister was expecting us, that she was excited to have us stay." Amanda shot the woman a warning look, then turned back to me with an exaggerated pout. "Maggie, stop being difficult. Everyone took time off work for this. We've been planning for months." "You've been planning. I wasn't included in those plans." I kept my voice calm but firm. "I have work commitments and am not available to host." "Work, it's summer. Take a vacation like a normal person." Amanda laughed as if I'd said something ridiculous. "Besides, you don't need to entertain us. Just give us the keys and the alarm code. We'll take care of ourselves." "That's not going to happen," I replied. "This is my home, not a hotel." I noticed one of Amanda's friends had taken out her phone and was filming our conversation. She caught me looking and quickly said, "Just documenting the reunion. So sweet." But I knew better. She was planning to shame me online if this didn't go her way. The knowledge strengthened my resolve. I turned to address the entire group directly. "I want to be clear with everyone. Amanda did not have permission to invite you to my home. I was not informed of these plans. I cannot and will not host 11 people for 3 weeks. I'm sorry if you were misled, but you need to find alternative accommodations." A murmur went through the group. Some looked embarrassed, others annoyed. One man in the back called out Amanda, said this was your family's shared vacation home, that you guys co-owned it. Amanda's face flushed red. "Shut up, Rick," she hissed. "This is not a family vacation home," I stated clearly. "This is my primary residence, which I purchased with my own money after saving for 15 years. Amanda has no ownership stake in this property." The atmosphere shifted perceptibly. More uncomfortable glances were exchanged. The woman filming lowered her phone slightly. Amanda's embarrassment quickly morphed into anger. "Why are you doing this to me?" she demanded, her voice rising. "You're humiliating me in front of my friends. After everything I've done for you." "What exactly have you done for me, Amanda?" I asked quietly. I'm your sister. We're family," she sputtered. "Family helps each other." "Yes, they do," when asked. "With reasonable requests." "This isn't reasonable, Amanda." Amanda's face contorted with rage. She grabbed the security gate and rattled it. "Open this gate right now, Maggie. I'm not joking around." Just then, the security guard from the community gatehouse arrived in his golf cart, alerted by the camera feed, showing a disturbance at my gate. "Everything okay here, Miss Thompson?" he asked me. "No, Frank, it's not," I replied. "These people are not invited guests. They need to leave the property." You can't do this, Amanda shrieked, her composure completely gone now. We drove 6 hours to get here. Where are we supposed to go? There are plenty of hotels in the area I suggested. Or you could drive back home. The choice is yours, but you cannot stay here. Hotels in Malibu cost a fortune, one of her friends complained. We budgeted for a free stay. Another friend, looking increasingly uncomfortable, pulled out her phone. I'll start looking at Airbnbs nearby. Maybe we can find something. Amanda whirled on her. Put that away, we're staying here. My sister is just being dramatic. She'll give in. She always does. Those last 4 words hit me like a physical blow. She'll give in. She always does. That had been the dynamic my entire life, and Amanda was counting on it now. She truly believed that if she created enough of a scene, I would eventually relent rather than continue to face the discomfort of conflict. Not this time. Frank, I said to the security guard, would you please escort these people off the property? They were not invited and are not welcome at this time. Yes, ma'am, Frank replied, turning to the group. I need you all to return to your vehicles and exit the community. This is ridiculous, Amanda shouted. I'm going to call Mom and Dad. They'll tell you how selfish you're being. Go ahead, I said, surprised at how calm I felt. I'm an adult, Amanda. Our parents don't get to decide who stays in my home. As Frank began firmly directing everyone back to their vehicles, I noticed the woman who had been filming had moved away from the group and was approaching the side gate that led to the beach access. She was clearly trying to find another way onto the property. Ma'am, Frank called out, that's private property as well. Please return to your vehicle. I watched as my sister's carefully orchestrated plan fell apart before her eyes. Her friends were confused and increasingly annoyed, realizing that the luxury beach vacation they had been promised was not going to materialize. Some were already on their phones, presumably searching for alternative accommodations. Others were casting accusatory glances at Amanda. The confrontation was painful but necessary. As I stood my ground watching Amanda's fury and desperation grow, I felt something unexpected, a profound sense of liberation. For the first time in our relationship, I was refusing to be manipulated. I was holding firm to my boundaries, and despite the discomfort of the moment, it felt right. As the reality of the situation sank in, Amanda changed tactics. Her angry expression melted into the pouty, pleading look that had worked so effectively throughout our childhood. Maggie, she said, her voice softening to a wounded tone, how can you do this to me? Remember when we were little and promised to always be there for each other? Remember the secret hideout we built in the backyard? How can you turn your back on all that history? The emotional manipulation was so transparent it was almost laughable, but I recognized the strategy. Amanda had always been skilled at weaponizing nostalgia and shared memories to get her way. Our childhood memories don't entitle you to commandeer my home without permission, I replied steadily. I'm not turning my back on our relationship. I'm establishing a healthy boundary. Boundary? What's that even mean? We're sisters. There aren't supposed to be boundaries between family. She was getting desperate now, her voice rising and falling dramatically. I noticed that several of her friends were starting to look distinctly uncomfortable. A tall woman with auburn hair had moved back toward one of the SUVs and was leaning against it with her arms crossed, clearly distancing herself from the scene. A man with glasses was frowning as he looked between Amanda and me, his expression increasingly concerned. I think everyone's getting the real picture now, I said quietly. This isn't the first time you've made promises on my behalf without asking, is it Amanda? Remember when you told your college boyfriend he could stay at my apartment for a month without checking with me first? Or when you volunteered me to cater your friend's baby shower for 50 people? Or when you gave my email address to that multi-level marketing scheme your friend was running? Amanda's face flushed. That's different. Those were small favors. This is important. Important to whom? To you. What about what's important to me? Like my privacy, my home, my right to decide who stays in it. Just then, I noticed movement from next door. Harold, my retired judge neighbor, was walking along his driveway toward us, his expression concerned but determined. "Everything all right over here, Maggie?" he called. I heard raised voices. "Just a family misunderstanding, Harold," I replied. "My sister brought 10 friends to stay at my house for 3 weeks without asking me first. I've explained that's not possible." Harold raised his eyebrows. 3 weeks, 10 extra people without asking. Well, that seems rather presumptuous. Amanda glared at him. "This is a private family matter. It doesn't concern you." "Actually," Harold said mildly as Maggie's neighbor, "a disturbance on her property does concern me. And as a retired judge, I can tell you that attempting to force your way onto someone's property after they've denied you entry could be considered trespassing." Amanda's eyes widened. "Trespassing? I'm her sister. I can't trespass on family property." "It's not family property," Harold corrected gently. "It's Maggie's property. And yes, family members can indeed trespass if they enter or remain without permission from the legal owner." While this conversation was happening, I noticed movement at the side gate. 2 of Amanda's friends were attempting to squeeze through a small gap where the gate met the fence. The woman was holding her phone up, seemingly filming the property. "Frank, I called to the security guard. There are people trying to enter through the side gate." Frank immediately headed in that direction. "This entire property is private," he called out firmly. "You need to return to the main driveway immediately." The 2 friends looked startled at being caught and quickly backed away. But the incident only reinforced my decision. These people were willing to ignore clear boundaries to get what they wanted. Amanda, seeing her friends retreating, became even more frantic. "This is ridiculous. We're already here. Where are we supposed to go? You have all this space you're not even using." I stayed calm. "That's not your decision to make, Amanda. I've made my position clear. You need to find alternative accommodations." "Fine," she spat. "I'm calling Mom and Dad right now. Let's see what they have to say about this." She pulled out her phone and dramatically put it on speaker as she dialed. Our father answered on the 3rd ring. "Amanda, everything okay?" "Dad, you won't believe what Maggie is doing." Amanda launched into a tearful explanation carefully edited to paint herself as the victim. According to her version, she had asked me if she could bring friends to visit. I had seemed fine with it but was now suddenly refusing to let them in for no reason. I waited patiently for her to finish. When my father asked to speak to me, I took a deep breath. "Dad, that's not what happened." Amanda called me 30 minutes before arriving, with 10 people announcing they would be staying for 3 weeks. She never asked permission. She assumed I would accommodate them because, in her words, I always give in. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then my father's voice, uncomfortable. "Well, Maggie, it would be a shame for them to have driven all that way for nothing. Couldn't you just let them stay for a night or 2 while they find other arrangements?" The old familiar pressure to comply, to be the reasonable one, to sacrifice my needs for Amanda's wants. But this time I was prepared. "No, Dad. I can't. I have work commitments. My home is not set up to accommodate 11 extra people. And more importantly, I shouldn't have to justify why I don't want uninvited guests in my home." Another long pause. "I see." My father sounded surprised by my firmness. "Well, perhaps you girls can work something out." "There's nothing to work out," I stated clearly. "Amanda made plans without consulting me. Those plans won't work. She needs to make new plans." Amanda snatched the phone back. "See? She's being completely unreasonable. She has this huge house all to herself and won't share it with her own sister." While this drama was unfolding, I noticed something interesting happening among Amanda's friends. Several had moved away from her and were huddled together talking quietly. The woman with auburn hair approached me cautiously. "I'm really sorry about this," she said quietly. "Amanda told us this was a family vacation home that you co-owned. She said you were excited to have us visit. If we had known this was your primary residence and that you weren't consulted, we never would have come." Her sincerity took me by surprise. "Thank you for saying that." "I'm Jordan," she continued. "I've known Amanda since college, but I've never seen this side of her before. This island, really uncomfortable for all of us. As Jordan and I were speaking, two more friends approached, looking embarrassed and apologetic. One of them, a man who introduced himself as Ethan, shook his head in disbelief. She showed us pictures of this place and said it was our family's beach house and that you were hardly ever here because you're always working, he explained. We all chipped in for the rental cars and food budget, but she said accommodation was covered because you know family property. The picture was becoming clearer with every revelation. Amanda hadn't just invited friends to stay at my house without permission. She had deliberately misrepresented her relationship to my property, possibly to elevate her social status among her friends. The vacation was built on a foundation of lies, and now those lies were being exposed. Amanda, noticing her friends talking to me, ended the call with our father and stormed over. "What are you guys doing? Stop talking to her. She's trying to manipulate you." Jordan stood her ground. "Amanda, you told us this was a family vacation home that you co-owned. You never said it was your sister's private residence or that she wasn't expecting us." That's not important," Amanda sputtered. "The point is we need a place to stay and she has room." "It is important," Ethan countered. "You lied to us. You put all of us in this incredibly awkward position." One by one, Amanda's friends were distancing themselves from her both physically and emotionally. Her desperate attempt to save face by making me look like the villain was backfiring dramatically as the truth emerged. In a last-ditch effort, Amanda turned to Frank, the security guard. "Can she actually do this, legally turn away family?" Frank nodded solemnly. "Yes, ma'am. The owner of a private residence has the legal right to determine who may enter their property. Miss Thompson has made it clear you don't have permission to enter." Amanda looked around wildly, seeing her carefully constructed plan crumbling around her. Her friends were retreating to the vehicles, some already on their phones searching for hotels. The security guard was firm but polite in his insistence that they leave. My neighbor Harold stood nearby, a silent witness to her unraveling deception. For the first time in our relationship, Amanda had no leverage, no way to manipulate the situation to her advantage. The raw truth was exposed for everyone to see, and there was nowhere to hide. After nearly an hour of confrontation, Amanda and most of her friends finally returned to their vehicles, the dream of a free luxury beach vacation thoroughly shattered. As they prepared to leave, Jordan and another woman named Mia approached me again. "Would it be okay if we talked for a minute?" Jordan asked hesitantly. "We feel terrible about this whole situation." I nodded, and the three of us moved a short distance away from the others for privacy. "We had no idea this was your actual home," Mia explained. "Amanda told us all that this was a family property that she partially owned. She said you were the responsible sister who managed the place, but that she had every right to use it whenever she wanted. She even showed us family photos taken here," Jordan added. "Said you guys had spent summers here growing up, that it was bought with family money from your grandparents." I shook my head in disbelief. "None of that is true. I bought this house last year after saving for 15 years. It's never been a family property. Those pictures were probably from the real estate listing or my social media." Mia looked genuinely distressed. "I'm so sorry. If we had known, we never would have agreed to this. It feels so invasive now." "Amanda has been acting strange for months," Jordan confided, "posting pictures of luxury items we know she can't afford, talking about investments and property. We thought maybe she'd come into some money or gotten a big promotion." "The truth is," Mia said carefully, "she's been fired from her last 3 jobs. She's been staying with different friends, claiming she's between apartments while her luxury condo is being renovated. None of us have ever seen this condo." The picture becoming clearer was both sad and troubling. Amanda wasn't just being entitled, she was creating an elaborate fantasy life using my home as a prop in her performance. "Thank you for telling me this," I said sincerely. "It helps me understand what's happening." After Jordan and Mia rejoined the group, the 3 SUVs finally pulled away from my gate. Amanda, in the lead vehicle, didn't look back or wave goodbye. I stood watching until they disappeared from view, feeling a complex mix of emotions: relief, that the confrontation was over sadness for the state of my relationship with my sister, but also a surprising sense of peace. For the first time, I had held firm to a boundary with Amanda, and while the process had been painful, the outcome felt right. I thanked Frank for his assistance and Harold for being a supportive presence. As I walked back to my house, my phone buzzed with a text from my mother. "Call us immediately. We need to discuss your treatment of your sister." I sighed, knowing this wasn't over yet. I waited until I was settled in my living room, looking out at the ocean before making the call. My mother answered immediately. "Maggie, how could you? Amanda is devastated. She and her friends had to scramble to find hotel rooms at the last minute at exorbitant rates. She said you humiliated her in front of everyone." I took a deep breath. Mom Amanda showed up at my home with 10 people expecting to stay for 3 weeks with 30 minutes notice. She never asked if they could stay. She told me they were coming and expected me to accommodate them. "She's your sister, that's what family does." "No, Mom. Family respects each other's boundaries. Family asks before making plans that involve others. Family doesn't lie and manipulate to get what they want." "Lie? What are you talking about?" I explained what Jordan and Mia had told me about Amanda's claims that my house was a family vacation property that she co-owned, about the fabricated childhood memories of summers spent here, about the apparent pattern of deception extending beyond just this incident. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then, defensively, "Well, I'm sure she just got carried away. You know how Amanda Island. She likes to impress her friends." "That doesn't make it okay, Mom. And it doesn't obligate me to play along with her lies." "But she's your sister," my mother repeated, as if this single fact trumped all other considerations. "Yes, and I'm your daughter too," I said quietly. "But you've never held Amanda to the same standards you've held me to. You've never expected her to respect my boundaries or consider my needs the way you've always expected me to accommodate hers." More silence. Then my father's voice indicating he'd been listening on another extension. "Maggie, we've always been proud of how responsible you are. We knew you could take care of yourself." "That's not the same as supporting me, Dad. I put myself through college. I built my career without help. I saved for 15 years to buy this house. And the first thing Amanda does when she finds out about it is try to claim it as her own and invite 10 strangers to stay here without asking." "She's going through a rough patch," my mother interjected. "She needs family support right now." "I'm willing to support Amanda in healthy ways," I replied. "But enabling her lies and allowing her to take advantage of me isn't supporting her. It's making her problems worse." The conversation continued for nearly an hour. Old patterns and dynamics were brought to the surface, examined and challenged. For the first time, I spoke openly about my experiences growing up as the less favored child always expected to sacrifice for Amanda's benefit. I shared how that dynamic had shaped our adult relationship and how it needed to change for us to have a healthy connection moving forward. My parents were defensive at first, then resistant, then finally reluctantly contemplative. The conversation didn't resolve everything, but it opened a door to greater honesty that had been firmly closed my entire life. After we hung up, I walked through my peaceful home feeling truly present in it for the first time since Amanda's call. This space was mine. I had earned it. I had a right to determine who entered it and on what terms. That evening, my phone began buzzing with notifications. Amanda had apparently taken her grievances to social media, posting a tearful video about being turned away by my own sister when I had so much space I wasn't using. She tagged me in the post, clearly hoping her followers would rush to her defense and shame me publicly. But something unexpected happened. Several of her friends from the trip commented with their versions of events. Jordan wrote a particularly powerful response describing how Amanda had misrepresented my home as family property and put everyone in an impossible situation. Others chimed in confirming this account and expressing their discomfort with how the situation had unfolded. What Amanda had intended as a public shaming backfired dramatically. Instead of rallying support, she was exposed further. Within hours, she had deleted the post. More surprisingly, I received several private messages from extended family members I hadn't spoken to in years. My cousin Eliza wrote, "I saw Amanda's post before she took it down. I just want you to know that some of us have seen through her act for years. It's about time someone stood up to her." My Aunt Patricia messaged, "Your uncle and I are proud of you for establishing healthy boundaries. It's long overdue." It seemed that Amanda's behavior hadn't been limited to her interactions with me. Others in our family had experienced similar treatment, but had also been silenced by the collective pressure to accommodate her demands and enable her deceptions. As the evening deepened into night, I sat on my deck watching the moonlight play across the waves. For the first time since moving into this house, I felt truly at peace. The confrontation had been painful but necessary. A lifetime of unhealthy patterns had been challenged, and while the path forward wasn't entirely clear, I knew I would never go back to the way things had been. That night I slept more soundly than I had in years, lulled by the sound of the waves and the knowledge that I had finally freed myself from the weight of always giving in. 6 months after the confrontation at my gate, I sat on my deck watching the sunset, reflecting on how much had changed. The aftermath of that day had been both challenging and transformative, rippling through every aspect of my family relationships and my sense of self. In the weeks following the incident, I had started seeing a therapist specializing in family dynamics. Dr. Larson helped me understand the roots of our dysfunctional family system, how I had been cast in the role of the responsible one, while Amanda was the special one who needed extra accommodation. We explored how these childhood roles had shaped our adult identities and relationships, and how changing those patterns would inevitably create resistance. Families develop an equilibrium, Dr. Larson explained during one session. When one member changes their role, it forces everyone else to adjust. That adjustment is uncomfortable, so there's often tremendous pressure to return to the familiar pattern, even if that pattern is unhealthy. That pressure had been intense in the first few months. My parents called almost daily, alternating between guilt trips, appeals to family loyalty, and dire predictions about permanently damaging my relationship with Amanda. I maintained my boundary firmly but kindly, explaining that I loved my family but would no longer participate in unhealthy dynamics. My contact with Amanda was limited to brief text exchanges. She had initially vacillated between angry accusations and tearful apologies, neither of which acknowledged the real issue. I kept my responses simple and consistent. "I'm open to rebuilding our relationship on healthier terms when you're ready to respect my boundaries." To my surprise, it was my father who reached out first with what felt like genuine understanding. 3 months after the incident, he called and asked if we could speak privately. "I've been doing a lot of thinking," he said hesitantly, "about what you said regarding how differently we treated you and Amanda growing up. I never saw it that way before, but I've been remembering specific incidents and, well, I think you might be right." He shared memories from our childhood that he now viewed through a different lens. How they had insisted I share my science fair winnings with Amanda when she spent hers, immediately teaching me that my achievements and efforts were less important than her wants. How they had attended every one of Amanda's dance recitals but missed my debate championships because you'll understand if we can't make it. How they had celebrated Amanda's C grades with dinners out, while my A grades were met with simple nods and expectations of continued performance. "We thought we were doing the right thing," he admitted. "Amanda seemed to need more support, and you seemed so capable on your own. But I see now that we taught her she didn't have to be responsible, and we taught you that your needs didn't matter as much. I'm sorry, Maggie. We failed you both in different ways." That conversation marked a turning point in my relationship with my father. It wasn't a complete resolution, but it was a start towards something more honest and balanced. My mother took longer to come around, still clinging to her view of family dynamics, where protecting Amanda from consequences was the priority. But even she had begun to ask questions about my life and experiences that showed a new awareness. The most surprising development came from Amanda herself. After 4 months of minimal contact, she called me on a Sunday morning. Her voice lacked its usual dramatic flair, sounding instead subdued and thoughtful. "Mom and Dad cut me off financially," she said without preamble. "They said it's time I learned to support myself." "How do you feel about that?" I asked carefully. "Terrified, angry, relieved, maybe, I don't know." She paused. "Jordan helped me get a job at her company, entry-level customer service. It's humbling, but it's a start." We talked for nearly an hour, the longest genuine conversation we'd had in years. Amanda didn't offer a direct apology for the villa incident, but she approached something adjacent to accountability. "I think I've been living in a fantasy world," she admitted, "pretending to have things I don't have, using other people to maintain the illusion. I don't want to be that person anymore." It wasn't a dramatic reconciliation, but it was a first step toward a different kind of relationship. We agreed to meet for coffee the following month when she would be in Los Angeles for a training seminar. Small steps, realistic expectations. As my family relationship slowly evolved, so did my relationship with my home. I had initially purchased the villa as a sanctuary, a private retreat from the world. After the confrontation, I found myself wanting to share it on my own terms, with people who respected my boundaries. I hosted my first proper housewarming party 5 months after the incident. 20 friends who had supported me through my career journey, my therapy, progress, and the family drama gathered to celebrate not just my home, but the new sense of ownership I felt over my life and choices. Taylor, who had encouraged me to stand firm from the beginning, raised a toast that brought tears to my eyes. To Maggie, who built this beautiful home with 15 years of hard work, and who had the courage to protect it when it mattered. May this space always be filled with joy, peace, and only the guests you actually invite. The laughter that followed was healing, transforming what had been a painful memory into something that could be viewed with humor and pride. Learning to enjoy my success without guilt was perhaps the most profound change. For years, I had downplayed my achievements, feeling somehow that my success cast a shadow on Amanda's struggles. Dr. Larson helped me see that this zero-sum thinking was part of the unhealthy family dynamic. Your success doesn't cause her failures, and minimizing your accomplishments doesn't elevate hers, she pointed out. You can celebrate your achievements while still having compassion for her challenges. This shift in perspective allowed me to finally take full pleasure in the life I had built. I began to view my oceanfront villa not as something I needed to justify or defend, but simply as the well-earned fruit of my labor. It became truly mine, in a way it hadn't been before, a sanctuary not just from the outside world, but from the internal voices of doubt and guilt that had followed me for decades. The freedom that came from standing up for myself extended beyond my family relationships. I found myself setting clearer boundaries at work with friends, even with service providers. I became more comfortable expressing my needs and preferences, no longer feeling that my role was to accommodate everyone else at my own expense. As I watched the final rays of sun sink below the horizon, I reflected on the most important lesson I had learned. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's necessary for healthy relationships. By allowing Amanda to continue her pattern of entitled behavior, I wasn't helping her. I was enabling a dynamic that limited her growth and damaged our connection. Real love, I had come to understand, sometimes means saying no. It means holding others accountable for their actions and allowing them to experience the natural consequences of their choices. It means refusing to participate in deceptions even when they're wrapped in the language of family loyalty. The road ahead with my family would likely have more bumps and challenges. Patterns established over decades don't change overnight, but for the first time, I felt equipped to navigate those challenges without sacrificing my own well-being in the process. I hope my story resonates with those of you who might be struggling with similar family dynamics. Remember that you deserve respect, that your needs matter, and that setting healthy boundaries is an act of self-care that ultimately benefits everyone involved. Have you ever had to set a difficult boundary with a family member? How did you handle it? Share your experiences in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more stories about navigating complicated family relationships. Thank you for listening. and I wish you courage and strength on your own journey toward healthier relationships and self-respect.
Boyfriend's best friend's girlfriend asked us to leave our own house and abandon our puppy so she could have a private party, but she had no idea we actually owned the place and thought we were just roommates. My boyfriend and I, been together for 2 years, bought a house about 6 months ago and we've been renting out the spare bedroom to his best friend. We'll call him James. We also have a 5-month-old puppy who we got when we bought the house. James has been with his girlfriend, we'll call her Amy, for a little over a year now. She is at our house very often and we don't mind her being there. Amy is nice, but she is very socially awkward. My BF and I have tried to get to know her, but she shows little interest in us. She never talks to us unless we say something to her, and oftentimes she shows no interest in getting to know us. Sometimes she doesn't want to say hi to us when we come home. Amy has a group of friends who we've hung out with once before, but it was hard to have conversations with them because they were all high at the time. We weren't, BTW. We didn't judge, but it was hard to have a conversation with someone who clearly wasn't in the right mind to respond. But ever since then she has never invited us to go out together ever again. We just chalked it up to her being weird, and just left it at that. James is aware that she is very particular about who she hangs out with. A few days ago, James mentioned that him and Amy want to have a get-together with a few friends at our house on Wednesday night, yesterday, and wanted to know if we were okay with that. My BF and I didn't mind, because the guests are Amy's friends that we met once before. We just told them not to get too noisy and to clean up afterwards. I came back from work last night and people are just starting to show up for the party. I briefly say hi, then go upstairs to freshen up. Then Amy comes into my room and says, "Hey, I'm sorry but we actually want some privacy for the night. Do you think you and, BF, could go somewhere for a few hours?" I was confused. I told her that James asked if it was okay to have a party and we all agreed. But nothing about us not being allowed in the house. She said that James should have made it clear. I told her, "I'm sorry but I can't. I have to take care of the puppy, and there really isn't a place I can take him for a few hours." Her response? "Oh, you can leave him here. We really like the dog, and we'll take care of him." I told her I wasn't comfortable leaving the dog with strangers. She wouldn't give up. I simply told her no again, that she and James are free to have friends over, but that she can't expect us to leave our own home and our puppy behind. She seemed frustrated, especially when my BF came home. I kept the puppy in our room most of the time. We have the master bedroom and it's pretty big. I told my BF of the situation and he was pretty confused by it as well. The party went off without a hitch and everything was fine. Or so we thought. James texted us this morning telling us that Amy was really upset that we ruined her party and humiliated her in front of her guests. Apparently when we first hung out with her friends, Amy was upset that we didn't make an effort to get to know them. She said that we weren't very friendly to them and that's why she couldn't bring us around anymore. Except when we first hung out with them. They were high and couldn't even muster a response to us. But that doesn't matter apparently. Amy didn't want us hanging out with her friends because she didn't think we would get along based on that one time. James is asking us to cut him a break and apologize to her, because she's been having a rough time and really needed this party to relax. Absolutely not. I told James that it doesn't matter how rough her life is, it's extremely rude to tell us, the homeowners, that we have to vacate our own home so she can have a party. My BF also reiterated this to him in a separate text conversation. I told James that if anything, Amy should apologize for how rude she's handled this situation and how rude she's been in general, citing the past few times we've tried to be friendly to her but instead she get coldness in return. I told him I'd only accept an apology from her in person, because all of this is coming secondhand from James. Amy has not said a word to us about this. Whether I like it or not, James is still dating Amy and there's nothing I can do about it. Amy will most likely be around pretty often, because she lives with her parents, but I don't know how to diffuse the situation going forward. Am I in the wrong here? How do I handle Amy in the future? Additional information from OP. A lot of the comments are telling us to evict James, but I don't agree. James and my BF has been lifelong friends since childhood. Their moms have been friends since grade school. My BF has had some really rough times growing up, and James was there to support him. Because of that, and the fact that James is in a tight spot financially, my BF rents the room to James at a lower rate than normal. Our area is very expensive. Given their history, I don't think he has the heart to kick him out with nowhere to go over something he didn't do. I don't feel it's right to evict James for something Amy did. James is very timid and soft-spoken and Amy is pretty much the opposite. Not to mention James has been in some pretty dysfunctional relationships and Amy is really the only relatively good relationship he's been in. I feel he's only sticking up for her for fear of being lonely and single again. My BF and I don't think she's right for him, but who are we to tell him who to date? Update. First off, thanks for everyone and their advice. I didn't think this post would get as much attention as it did. A lot of people were angry for us, and it was nice to know that I wasn't being unreasonable. This update isn't quite as dramatic, but I figure people would want to know our resolution. A lot of comments were saying we should evict James, but I wasn't okay with that. As I said in the comments of my last post, James is a childhood friend of my BF, their moms have been friends since grade school, and he supported him through some tough times growing up. Money is a little tight for James, so my BF wanted to help him out much like he did for him. We also didn't like the idea of banishing Amy because we inadvertently would have been responsible for ruining their relationship, and we didn't want to deal with that. On Friday night we sat down with James and Amy to talk them about the situation. We told them that we didn't appreciate being told to leave our house and our dog behind so that they could have a party. James had only given us a heads up that they would be having friends over, and nothing more. Amy interjected and said that we were the ones being rude, and that we should have left because they should be allowed to have friends over because we have people over all the time. While that's true, we never ask James and Amy to leave. In fact, we invite them to hang out with our friends when they come over. Amy said that we couldn't have stayed and hung out with her friends because she didn't think that we get along that well. My BF and I are working professionals in good career fields and her friends don't make as much and smoke pot all the time. We told her that we don't judge her friends and we don't care. We have all been at that point in our lives, so what does it matter? It seemed like she was embarrassed to bring her friends around, because all of our friends are equally as successful as us. She didn't think that we would associate with, in her words, people like my friends. Again, we don't care or judge. It seems like she has more of a problem with her friends than we do. Amy herself has a successful job and career, and since she lives with her parents, I don't think she has any money troubles. She then went on to say that James pays an equal share of the rent, so we should be able to use the house equally. Wait, a share of the rent? We told Amy that we own the house, and that James pays to rent the room. It turns out that Amy didn't know that we were the homeowners. James, before moving in with us, was living in another city 3 hours away, which is where he met Amy. He moved out here after getting into grad school in the area, and Amy followed suit about a month after because we live in her hometown. She assumed that James and us were renting the house. James never told her the nature of his living situation because there wasn't any reason to tell her since she wasn't living there. She tried to explain her way out, but there really wasn't anything she could say after that. James in the midst of all this grew pretty exasperated with her. He was trying to be a good boyfriend by lending his support and keeping her happy, but when everything started to unfold, he started getting pretty tired of her excuses. He apologized to us, and also to Amy for not telling her about his living situation, but we were right, she can't kick us out of our own home. We all agreed that we don't have a problem with them inviting her friends over. In fact, we actually do like them but never get to talk to them, and that they're always welcome as guests. But if she wants to have a private party and not invite us, she is free to do so, but it would be better to not have it in a place we live in. Amy eventually apologized, albeit a little begrudgingly, but it seems like she's still angsty about her friends rather than the party situation. Either way, we made it very clear that we are the homeowners, so hopefully this doesn't happen again. Comments where Op has replied. Comment 1. He apologized to us, and also to Amy for not telling her about his living situation, but we were right, she can't kick us out of our own home. He really should have done this sooner. James knew you guys own the house, so he should have told her right away that she can't kick you out. I don't think he didn't tell her because there wasn't any reason since she wasn't living there. He didn't tell her because he didn't want her to know that his friends own the place and not him. Some stupid ego thing. He was hoping you guys wouldn't sit her down and tell her, but clearly he miscalculated. Oop, if I had to guess, I think James did tell Amy, but he has a tendency to not explain things in great detail. I can see him saying, yeah, I'm living with my best friend, I'm renting a room in his house, and she could have misunderstood that, thinking it was a sublease or something. Comment 2. I think you're still allowing yourself to be steamrolled a bit here. Sounds like she's just going to keep being resentful toward you, which isn't something you need under your roof. Just try to keep in mind, moving forward, that she has no more excuses. Rudeness, entitlement, manipulation, all of these things she's guilty of, and she can no longer fall back on ignorance as an excuse. Sounds like you don't want to punish James, and for whatever reason you don't want to show Amy how serious you are, but I sincerely hope that if she ever tries to pull anything remotely similar in the future, you'll stop pulling punches and tell her she is no longer welcome in your home that you fucking own. Oop, I don't see how I'm being steamrolled here. We sat down with her, laid it all out, and told her that she can't kick us out of our own house. Sure, she may be resentful, but she technically isn't our tenant, so I don't see how that's a problem for us. In my opinion, Evicting James, banishing Amy, or doing anything to show them how serious we are would have solved nothing. If anything, it would have caused even more resentment. To me, resolving a situation like this means getting everybody to understand/compromise, and not winning. If she ends up being more than a handful, we have no problem dealing with her. But for now, she knows where she stands, so we'll be fine. Next story. Avoided my adopted sister after she met her biological family, because I felt like a terrible brother who used to annoy her, but when I finally broke down crying, she made me promise never to ignore family again. I'm 22M, and my sister is 28F. So for context, my sister was adopted, parents thought they couldn't conceive, and then I was born. But my parents loved us both and whatever. Anyway, a few months ago my sister started meeting with her biological mom after tracking her down. I was there to meet with them for the first meeting and everything. My parents have been supportive and I've been supportive as well. But that first meeting, her biological mom brought her 2 daughters. They look a lot like my sister, and the older kid is 21, around my age. She hugged my sister and they cried and everything. They look alike, and after talking they were able to point out like similar behavioral characteristics, etc. I'm nothing like my sister. We have different interests, etc., but we've been close. But when I was a kid I used to annoy her a lot, and TBH I've done some messed up stuff to her. When I was 12, I pulled her earring and tore her earlobe. Didn't want to hurt her like that, but did want to mess with her. I used to force myself into any outings with her friends. I used to annoy her. I made fun of her a few times when she got bad grades in math, and she made fun of my English grades as well. I suck at writing. There's more messed up stuff we did to each other. Arguably I was worse though, lol, but I could go on and on. When I was around 14 to 15 we got chill and been chill since. Also, I like video games, the gym, and the gun range. That's all I do. She likes outdoor and super social activities. Her biological sisters seem to be more in tune with her interests. I kinda feel like I've been a shit brother and felt like an imposter. I've sat out 3 other meetings they had with them claiming I couldn't come home, I was busy with work, etc. I'd kinda talk about this with her cause I have super ironic relationship with her. She keeps it real with me, but I've never spoken non-sarcastic to her. Even when she said she would contact her biological family, I said good, hope they take you off our hands, haha, and we both laughed it off. Recently she's begun to suspect something, I think. She asked me if I don't like them or something, or why I keep avoiding my family as a whole. I haven't been home in a few months either. I lied to her and said I'm actually busy. My mom keeps asking me about it too and tells me it's important to support her. I do support her, but it's like, I feel like she's better off with them. They never annoyed her growing up and stuff. I know it's a bit illogical, but I thought I was doing the right thing since I don't want her meeting them to be about me. I don't really get along with my dad, and my mom never intervenes when I argue with him. My sister has always stood up for me against him. She's the only one who gets me, so I don't want to lie to her, but I don't want to make this moment about me either. I thought I was doing the right thing. Anyway, sorry if this is messily written. I don't like thinking or talking about like deep shit much. Comments where Op has replied. Comment 1. It is highly unusual that you would be invited to go with your sister to visit her birth parents/siblings. You are NTA for avoiding this, but it is also clear that something is going on with you. How about you visit your parents this weekend? Oop, yeah, she meets with them on her own, but my family and her bio mom insist on trying to have those family dinners. And ever since like January they've had like 4 big family dinners. I was there the first time she met them, and that first dinner sat the rest out. I don't want to go home. Long story short, I only go home if my sister is there cause I haven't spoke to my dad in 2 years or so. So she needs to mediate if we need to talk, but I don't go to see him, TBH only my mom and my sister. But now that things are awkward with my sister, I'd about going. I just low-key been avoiding going home since January. I feel like everything will spill out of me, and it may result in me pouring everything out if I see her in person. Like I may cry or something if I see her face Earl. I want her to just be happy meeting her biological family and being at home with my parents. I don't want to dump random emotions on her that are my issue. Comment 2. Dude, tears are okay. I bet she would like that better than the sarcasm. Go hug your sister. Oop, maybe. I have cried in front of her growing up and she never brings it up. My dad will 100% hate it if we have a sappy moment like that though, cause he hates it when men cry cause it's not manly. And she lives with my folks RN, and I'd if I want to meet her in public. Maybe I'll invite her over to my apartment or something when my homies aren't around. It's just I've never like been straight up with her, so I'd kind of approach it. I'll probably just figure it out as I go if I do decide to meet up with her. Update, I followed everyone's advice and thought about sending her a text/letter. But my dad unfortunately fractured his leg, and I had to stop by home to see him on Thursday. We don't have a speaking relationship, but my mom's makes me still be a good son and he lashes out at my mom if I don't play the part. My sister was there, since my dad and I don't talk to each other face to face and only talk through her or my mom. Anyway, afterwards, my dad sat on the couch to watch TV and I had some dinner with my sister. She just said it's been a long time since we've seen each other and asked if everything was okay and why I've been avoiding her. I'd why it happened or what happened, but for some reason I started crying then and kinda just told her everything. It all just spilled out. Not just that, but other issues I've been having in life in general as well. Little bit embarrassing TBH, I just haven't seen her since January. She started crying too, and assured me I'll always be family, and my mom cried too. My dad got pissed off and made a comment about how men don't cry and that my mom and sister are spoiling me by letting me cry, same shit he normally did growing up. This time my mom joined my sister and they both yelled at him. Told him to fuck off essentially. He got angry and picked up his crutches and walked well hopped to the neighbor's house's friend, lol. Anyway, I'd cry but that helped a lot. I took off from work and my sister did too and we spent all of Friday chilling. She wanted me to come to her bio mom's husband's birthday party on Saturday if I was cool with it. I was and I went there and met them again. Cool coincidence, her bio mom's husband's sister was my professor back in college. I did for her and she was my mentor. So I spent most of the time there catching up with her, and taking grad school and career advice from her. And she said she knew someone at my dream company I want to work for and told me to contact her again when I graduate since I already know her and we're confusingly family now lol. My sister was glad I had a good time, and my mom did too. Dad sat it out since he was injured. When I had to leave to come back my sister cried again and made a huge scene, haha. Made me promise to never ignore my family like that again. I'm home now and I think I'll continue stopping by home once every 2 weeks or so like I did before everything. Anyway, yeah, not a huge update or anything, but it's cool. I told my sister I would show up to her meetings with them sometimes but not every time cause it's still awkward for me, and she said she's okay with that, just wanted them and me to know about each other a bit. So yeah, it's kinda all chill now. All it took was be crying like a child and being sappy lamau, I'm never living that down. Comments where Op has replied, comment 1, I'd cry, but the dad gives the vibe of I had to pay for my college degree, so we should never let young people have free college like it infuriates me. Anyway, I'm so happy for you. If you cried it was because a lot of emotions was stuck inside, even in your last post saying that you only talk sarcastically is a proof of not letting anything out. Being vulnerable, especially with your family, isn't a vulnerability. Try to be a bit more genuine from now on, you'll be free of an immense weight, and be happier in general, talking from experience. Oop, nah, credit where credit is due, he offered to pay for my college but I dropped out of pre-med and switched to something else and that's what ticked him off. I realized it wasn't for me. I ended up not doing pre-med or engineering, the good degrees. I ended up doing a data related thing and he didn't like that. That's kinda why me and him don't talk anymore, because he thinks I betrayed him by baiting him into thinking I was gonna be a doctor and then switching up on him. He's a religious man and swore to God he wouldn't talk to me ever again unless I was in med school, so it's not happening ever lol. Comment 2, your dad sounds straight up abusive. But I'm happy for the rest of you. Yay for healthy communication. Oop, nah, he has his quirks, but he really did try growing up. He has his own set of issues. He was an immigrant from a war-torn country and lost his family in war. Came here and lived with his uncle, but since he was the oldest kid, and his uncle's wife died, he had to step up and be a parent to his cousins while his uncle worked late to support all of them. He worked his ass off to provide us with a good life. He cares in his own way. He's just from a different place and time and has a different way of looking at the world. He always told me I gotta be a man, cause the world will never respect a man unconditionally and that a man is only respected when he brings something of value to the table, and whatnot. My mom was born and raised here and had abusive parents and was adopted by her foster parents herself. So they met and bonded over struggle. They both do try, but they weren't given the best either. They tried with what they had to build a family. And I would say we turned out pretty well for the most part. I say all this about him, but he literally, through my mom, keeps asking her to ask me to move back in so I can save money on rent. I just don't want to live with them. I think I made him seem worse than he is by only providing one side of the story. I may not like him sometimes, but he is my father, the only one I have in this life. I do owe him everything I have in life.
My girlfriend whispered, I love you both in different ways. Maybe we could try an open relationship, when I caught her sleeping with my best friend. I didn't, he argue. I laughed, grabbed my key, and left until one person from her past messaged me. My 27M girlfriend. 26F of 2 years was using a strap-on with my gay friend. 26M. I walked in on them. I don't know what to think anymore. I am typing this on my phone in my car because I cannot go home right now. My hands are literally shaking and I don't know who else to talk to. This is going to sound insane. I have been dating Vivienne for almost 2 years. We met through mutual friends in college, and she has always been this confident, outgoing person who seemed way out of my league. I am pretty introverted, work in it, and she is this social butterfly who everyone gravitates toward. When she started showing interest in me, I felt like I had won the lottery. Vivienne has been living with her college friend group in a shared apartment since university, including her friend Asher. I met Asher through Vivienne. He is part of her close friend group from college. About 8 months ago, her other roommates moved away to different cities, leaving just her and Asher in their shared apartment. He is openly gay, always has been, at least from what I have seen when we all hang out together. When it was just the two of them left, I had zero concerns. Why would I? From everything I had observed, Asher was exclusively into guys, and Viv always talked about him like a brother. She even gave me a key to their place and told me I could come by whenever I wanted. Today I was driving to my parents' place for the weekend when I realized I had forgotten my laptop charger at Viv's apartment. It wasn't a big deal. I have the key, and I knew both of them were home because we had been texting. I figured I had just grab it quick and head back out. I let myself in with my key, called out, "Hey, it is me," but got no response. Their music was playing pretty loud. I walked toward Viv's room to grab my charger from her desk, and that is when I heard sounds. Moaning. But not just Viv, Asher too. I should have left. I should have just turned around, but something made me freeze. And then I heard Viv's voice saying things. I will not repeat what she said, but it was definitely sexual, and Asher was responding. The door was slightly open. I could see them. Vivienne was behind Asher, wearing a strap-on. And they were, I cannot even type this without feeling sick. They were having sex, full-on, intense sex. And the way they were talking to each other, this wasn't some experimental thing. This was practiced. Familiar. I backed out of there as quietly as I could and left. I have been driving around for hours trying to process this. Here is what is messing with my head. Asher has always been gay, like, exclusively. He has never shown interest in women, never dated a woman, always talked about his boyfriends. And Viv has always identified as straight. She has never even hinted at being interested in women or experimenting. But what I saw, that wasn't experimentation. That was an established sexual relationship. I don't know what this means for us. I don't know what this means about Asher. I don't know what this means about anything. I thought I knew about the people closest to me. Do I confront them? Do I just pretend this never happened? I am supposed to see Viv tomorrow night for dinner. I don't know how I am going to look at her. Has anyone dealt with something like this? I feel like I am losing my mind. Edit. Thank you to everyone who has commented already. Reading your responses is helping me realize that I am not crazy for feeling completely blindsided by this. Some of you are asking really good questions that I am trying to work through in my head. I think I am going to drive home and try to get some sleep, then figure out how to approach the conversation with her tomorrow. Edit 2. A lot of people are asking if I am absolutely sure about what I saw. And I get why you would ask. Yes, I am completely sure. There is no mistaking what was happening in that room. And to those suggesting that maybe Asher isn't really gay, from everything I have observed over the past 2 years of knowing him through Viv, he is definitely attracted to men. He has never been secretive about his dating life with guys, which is exactly why this situation makes no sense to me and has me so confused. Edit 3. Some people are suggesting this might be some kind of one-time experimentation, but the comfort level and familiarity I witnessed suggests otherwise. This wasn't two people awkwardly trying something new. This was clearly an established pattern between them. Update 1. First off, thank you to everyone who commented on my last post. The support meant more than I can express, especially from guys who had been in similar situations. Your advice about not letting her gaslight me really helped prepare me mentally. I met Vivienne for dinner last night as planned. I spent the entire day going over what I was going to say to her, but ultimately decided I needed to just rip the Band-Aid off. About halfway through dinner, I took a deep breath and said, "Viv, I came by the apartment Saturday afternoon to get my laptop charger, and I saw you and Asher together." Her fork stopped halfway to her mouth. For just a split second, I saw recognition flash across her face. She knew immediately what I was referring to, but then she quickly put on this confused expression. "What do you mean?" "Together. We were just hanging out at home," she said, but her voice had this careful quality I had never heard before. "Viv, I saw you. In your bedroom, you were having sex with Asher." What happened next was like watching someone cycle through predetermined responses. First, denial. "That is crazy, Declan. I think you misunderstood what you saw." When I didn't back down, she moved to shock. "Oh my God, you actually think you saw us having sex? Asher is gay, you know that." But when I described specifically what I had witnessed, she shifted into defensive anger. "You were spying on us. That is really creepy behavior." Declan, the gaslighting was immediate and intense. She kept emphasizing how inappropriate it was for me to spy on them, ignoring that she had given me a key and told me to come over any time. Then she switched tactics entirely. She started crying and saying she was confused about her sexuality and didn't want to hurt me while she was figuring herself out. She said she loved me but also cared about Asher. I asked how long this had been going on. She finally admitted it started about 4 months ago, so half our relationship has been a lie. But here is where it got really messed up. After about an hour of this back and forth, she completely changed her approach. She stopped crying and got this calculated look. She said, "Declan, I love you, but I also have feelings for Asher. I love you both in different ways. Maybe we could try an open relationship. I think you would actually really like it once you got used to the idea. You have always been a little conservative sexually. This could help you grow." I was speechless. She was trying to frame my reaction as the problem. She continued, "Lots of couples are exploring non-monogamy now. It is actually really healthy. You could see other people too. I think once you try it, you will realize how limiting traditional relationships are." I told her I wasn't interested in an open relationship and that what she had done was cheating. Period. Her response: "You are being really possessive right now. That is not attractive." That is when it clicked. This whole conversation, she was using every manipulation tactic in the book, making me feel like the problem, questioning my masculinity, trying to make her cheating seem progressive, and my monogamy seem outdated. I stood up and told her we were done, that I wasn't going to let her rewrite reality to make herself feel better about cheating. She started crying again and begging me not to leave, saying she would end things with Asher if I wanted, but that she hoped I would be open to exploring. I left my key on the table and walked out. Now I am sitting at home feeling empty, relieved, pissed off. All of the above. The thing is, now that I am out of the fog, I am starting to remember other weird things. How she never wanted to introduce me to her new friends. How she would get these smug looks when I had talk about traditional relationships. How she was always pushing me to be more adventurous sexually in ways that seemed more technical than passionate. I think I have been dating someone completely different than who I thought she was. Edit. A lot of you are asking about Asher and what his role in all this is. Honestly, I don't even know what to think about him anymore. Maybe he is not as exclusively gay as I thought. Maybe he is bisexual and just never mentioned his attraction to women. Maybe this is some new development for him too. At this point, I don't really care about the specifics of his sexuality. What I care about is that he participated in this deception for months while looking me in the eye and acting like my friend. Edit 2. To the people in the comments suggesting that I should have been more open to trying the open relationship thing. Absolutely not. If someone has to lie to you and cheat on you for months before they bring up the possibility of non-monogamy, that is not a relationship worth salvaging. Ethical non-monogamy requires honesty and consent from all parties from the beginning. What Vivienne did was just plain cheating with a progressive-sounding excuse attached to it after she got caught. Edit 3. Thank you to everyone sharing their own experiences with manipulation and gaslighting. It is helping me feel less crazy about the whole interaction. The way she tried to make me feel like the problem for having normal relationship expectations was really messing with my head. Update 2. I wasn't going to update again, but some information has come to light that completely changes my understanding of everything, and I think you guys following this deserve to know how deep this goes. After my last post, a few people from Vivienne's college friend group reached out to me. I had gotten to know them over the past couple years through Viv, and apparently word got around about our breakup. People started comparing notes about things they had noticed but never said anything about. The first was Jake, one of Viv's former roommates. He told me something that made my blood run cold. Asher isn't as exclusively gay as I had been led to believe. According to Jake, this was generally known among their college group, but not talked about openly. Asher has always been mostly gay but hooks up with women sometimes when he is drunk. Jake said it like it was obvious, like I had been naive for not knowing. But it gets worse. Jake told me that Vivienne and Asher actually have a sexual history from before we met. Back in sophomore year, they hooked up at a party, and it wasn't just once. They had several encounters that semester. Then Sarah reached out separately. She told me something that made me physically sick. When Vivienne first started showing interest in me, she made a comment about me being exactly the type of guy she should be dating. Not wanted to date, but should be dating. Sarah thinks Viv saw me as relationship material, stable, the kind of guy you bring home to parents, while continuing whatever she actually wanted with Asher. Emma, who was probably Viv's closest friend, delivered the final blow. When their roommates started talking about moving away, it was Vivienne who actively encouraged everyone else to leave, while suggesting she and Asher keep the apartment together. At the time, Viv framed it to me as purely financial and reminded me I shouldn't worry. Because Asher was gay, I actually felt guilty for having any concerns. But now I realize the entire living situation was orchestrated to give them privacy while I remained oblivious. She didn't just fail to disclose their history, she actively manipulated the situation to have both relationships simultaneously. The more I have learned, the more convinced I am that I was never Vivienne's boyfriend so much as her cover story. I was the respectable relationship she could show her family, while Asher was what she actually wanted. I was the safe choice that made her look normal, while she had her real fun on the side. What makes this worse is how many people apparently knew pieces but never said anything. When Jake told me about Asher's flexibility, he acted like I should have known. Sarah and Emma both admitted having concerns, but decided it wasn't their place to interfere. I have spent the week going back through our relationship with this new perspective. She never wanted to hang out with my friends and always had reasonable-sounding excuses. Looking back, she would get weird and distant after spending time with her college friends when I was included. She constantly steered conversations away from relationship topics when we were all together. She made jokes about boring monogamous people that I thought were just her being edgy. She was always pushing me to be more sexually adventurous, but in mechanical ways rather than passionate ones. I thought she was just more experienced. Now I wonder if she was trying to prepare me for the arrangement she eventually propositioned me with, or if she was just bored with our sex life compared to what she had with Asher. The manipulation was incredible. She made me feel special while simultaneously insecure enough that I never questioned why someone like her would want someone like me. Just enough validation to keep me invested, never enough to make me feel secure. I feel like an idiot for not seeing it, but also relieved. We had started talking about moving in together and potentially getting engaged. I cannot imagine discovering this after making those commitments. I haven't heard from Vivienne since that dinner. I blocked her everywhere because I knew she would try to manipulate me again. I am done with that entire social circle. Too much history. Too many people who knew things they didn't share. I mostly feel grateful I found out when I did. Grateful I didn't waste more years trying to build something real with someone who saw me as a convenient placeholder. Edit. Someone asked if I am doing okay mentally and emotionally. Honestly, yeah, I think I am. The first few days after learning all this were pretty rough. Lots of anger and self-recrimination for being so blind to what was happening. But now that the shock has worn off, I mostly just feel relieved and grateful. I am focusing on work, reconnecting with friends I had lost touch with during the relationship, and rediscovering hobbies I would let slide. It feels good to be living for myself again, instead of constantly trying to figure out what was wrong with our dynamic. Edit 2. To everyone asking what I am going to do about Asher specifically. Nothing. He is not my friend anymore, obviously, but I am not interested in confronting him or trying to get revenge. He has got to live with knowing he participated in deceiving someone who trusted him. That is between him and his conscience. Edit 3. A few people have asked about the other friends and whether I blame them for not telling me sooner. It is complicated. I wish they had said something, but I also understand that it is a difficult position to be in. I am more grateful that they eventually did speak up than I am angry that it took so long. The real villains here are Viv and Asher, not the people who were trying to stay out of drama that wasn't directly their business. Final update: I really didn't want to update again, but Vivienne contacted me 2 days ago and what she told me was so insane that I need to get it out before I can close this chapter. She called from a number I didn't recognize. I had blocked her everywhere. When I answered and heard her voice, my first instinct was to hang up, but something in her tone stopped me. She sounded absolutely broken. She was crying before she even got through asking if I had time to talk. She begged me to meet her somewhere, saying she had something crucial to tell me and owed me the complete truth. Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet at a coffee shop. When I saw her, I barely recognized her. She looked like she hadn't slept or eaten in weeks. Her usually perfect appearance was completely gone. Unwashed hair, dark circles, obvious weight loss. She immediately started ugly crying, not the controlled tears from our breakup dinner. I told her she had 15 minutes to say whatever she needed to say. Here is what she told me, about a week after our breakup. She discovered Asher had been cheating on her too, not just keeping me unaware of their relationship, but cheating on their relationship with multiple other people, both men and women. She only found out because one of his hookups, a woman named Michelle, contacted Vivienne directly to warn her about STI exposure. Asher had been telling Michelle he was single, having unprotected sex with her for weeks. When Michelle got tested and found chlamydia, she did the responsible thing and tracked down his other partners through social media. When Michelle reached out to Vivienne, they compared notes and discovered Asher had been lying to both of them. He had told Michelle he was mostly gay but exploring with women, while telling Vivienne she was the only woman he had ever been serious about. Michelle knew about at least 2 other women, suspected more. Vivienne got tested and came back positive for chlamydia. When she confronted Asher, he shrugged it off and said they had never agreed to be exclusive, so he didn't understand why she was upset. He said she was being dramatic. She kicked him out immediately, but word spread through their friend group. Most people wanted nothing to do with either of them. Nobody wanted the drama, and several were disgusted they had been deceiving me while pretending to be my friends. So within 2 weeks, Vivienne lost me, Asher, most of her friends, and had to deal with an STI. But here is what made my skin crawl. After telling me all this, she looked at me with desperate eyes and said, "Declan, I made the biggest mistake of my life. You were the only truly good thing I had, and I threw it away for someone who didn't even respect me. I know I hurt you, but is there any chance we could try again? I have learned my lesson. We were so good together." I sat there looking at her and felt absolutely nothing. Not anger, not sadness, just complete disgust and clinical detachment. I told her no. Definitively, clearly no. She panicked and started making desperate promises. Therapy, cutting contact with everyone, moving cities if I wanted. Anything to make it up to me. She said she had never loved anyone the way she loved me and was completely different now. I stood up and told her that what she had done wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate choices made over months. I wouldn't be her safety net now that her preferred arrangement had blown up. I had zero interest in being someone's second choice. She got angry then, said I was being cruel and kicking her while she was down, that people make mistakes and I was being unforgiving. I told her that months of cheating and manipulation isn't a mistake. It is betrayal of everything that matters in a relationship. The fact that she only wanted to work things out after her other option proved unreliable told me everything about her priorities. Then I said, "Vivienne, I feel sorry you are dealing with health issues, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But you need to understand, I am not rejecting you because I am angry. I am rejecting you because I now know who you really are. And that is not someone I could ever trust or respect enough to be with. I left her crying and walked away. I have blocked the new number and hope this is truly the end. What struck me about the conversation? She still wasn't actually sorry for what she had done to me. She was sorry her arrangement hadn't worked out. Sorry Asher had been as dishonest with her as she had been with me. Sorry about the consequences she was facing, but no genuine remorse for the deception, manipulation, or complete disregard for our relationship. Even in her apology, she was still trying to manage and manipulate me. Still looking for the right words to get what she wanted. The health situation is awful and I feel bad about that, but I don't feel bad about refusing to be her consolation prize or provide comfort after she spent months lying while risking my health. How am I doing? Really well, actually. Better than I have in a long time. I didn't realize how much energy I was spending trying to decode her behavior, trying to be enough for someone never fully invested in what we had. I am dating again, nothing serious. Just remembering what it feels like to be with someone genuinely interested in me as a person rather than a cover story. I am reconnecting with friends, pursuing hobbies I would let slide. Most importantly, I trust my instincts now. I know what genuine interest looks like and what manipulation looks like. I will never again ignore red flags because someone makes me feel lucky to be with them. I am done updating about this. Vivienne is blocked permanently everywhere. I am moving forward. And for the first time in a long time, I am genuinely excited about the future. Thanks to everyone who commented throughout this mess. You helped me realize I deserved better. Edit. A few people have asked whether I feel vindicated or satisfied by how things turned out for her. Honestly, no. I don't take any pleasure in her health problems or social isolation. What I feel is relief. Relief that I am no longer part of that chaos. Relief that I found out who she really was before I wasted more of my life. And relief that I am now free to find someone who actually values honesty and commitment the way I do. Edit 2. Someone asked what I would tell my past self if I could go back and do this all over again. I would say, when someone shows you who they are through their actions, believe them the first time. When your gut tells you something is wrong, listen to it instead of trying to rationalize it away. And when someone makes you feel like you should be grateful just to be with them, run. Because healthy relationships don't work that way. Final edit. I am turning off notifications for this post and will not be responding to any more comments. Thank you again to everyone who offered support and shared their own experiences. I am ready to close this chapter completely and move on. To anyone dealing with similar situations, you deserve honesty, you deserve respect, and you deserve someone who chooses you without reservation. Don't settle for less.